Morning. I am Chairman Fred Farias, and it is now 9
I want to
a.m.
make sure for us.
And I would like to call the October 24th quarterly board meeting to order, please. Please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet, and those present in the room may be visible to the public. Members, when I call your name, please announce present. I, Fred Farias, am present. Stacy Hawk. Gavin Anwar. Present. Richard Clemmer. Juan Nevares. Present. Ashley Thomas.
Present.
Malcolm Wilson.
Present.
Emma Washhunger.
Present.
Daniel Wong.
Present.
Luke Schwartz.
Present.
Please report in the minutes that we have a quorum. First announcement I'd like to make is about our Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference that's coming up. Higher Edge 2024, today's student, tomorrow Texas, will be held at the AT&T Conference Center here in Austin on December 12th and 13th. We're excited to bring the energy and promise of today's students to Higher Edge 2024. At the heart of Texas higher education, students are shaping the future, becoming the nurses, engineers, business owners, educators, and policymakers who will drive tomorrow's workforce and economy. At the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, we empower students through scholarships, internships, financial aid, and resources like My Texas Future and Apply Texas. We hope to see you in Austin for 2 days of celebration and excitement surrounding Texas higher education. You will have the chance to connect with leaders in higher education, business, philanthropy, and explore engaging topics such as student success, research and innovation, the future of higher education, and much more. Attendees can continue to expect required training for public university region and community college trustees. Registration details and updates can be found on the coordinating board's website. The next agenda item is agenda item number 2, the commissioner's remarks. Interim Commissioner Keaton will provide remarks on some of the agenda items that we will discuss today. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so honored to serve as interim commissioner at Coordinating Board, and I'm excited to share some updates on key initiatives that we recently launched at the agency. In collaboration with institutions and policymakers, the work underway at the Coordinating Board is making a meaningful and positive impact on higher education across Texas, and we are poised to make an even bigger impact going forward. I really look forward to highlighting some of these initiatives in today's meeting. But before I do that, I'd like to take a quick moment to recognize a few of our hardworking colleagues and staff and some recognition and awards that they received recently. So I'm happy to announce that Glenn Preamble, our Assistant Commissioner of Public People Operations, was selected to participate in the Governor's Executive Development Program. He's not here today because he's actually at that program this week. This program leads top executives across Texas state agencies and universities through key areas such as organizational strategy, infrastructure, and resource management. It's a highly competitive program to be admitted to, and this is the second year in a row where our agency has had a leader at that group. Last year, our general counsel, Nicole Henderson, went through the program, so we're so honored to have been selected for that program 2 years in a row. Next, I wanted to recognize Layla Young, our Chief Information Officer, for her outstanding achievement in receiving the Trailblazer Award from the Texas Association of State Systems for Computing and Communications, or TASC. That award recognizes senior level leadership and excellence in IT and is awarded to one individual from the public sector in higher education each year. So it's a significant honor both for Layla and our agency. Next, the Division of Digital Learning, led by Dr. Michelle Singh, was also recognized by the national nonprofit WICHE Cooperative for Educational Technologies and received the 2024 WOW for Outstanding Work Award. This recognizes innovative organizations who address challenging educational needs in digital learning. And a special congratulations to Dr. Kyla Kaur, Senior Director on that team. She received the esteemed Sally M. Johnstone Award from this group, and that really speaks to the significant impact that she as an individual and her team have made in this field. Next, earlier this month, the Student Success Division, led by Dr. Danielle Strother, recently organized a highly successful and widely attended Student Success Conference in partnership with Texas A&M University. This conference continues to grow each year with attendees traveling from across the state and beyond. And this year we had over 600 attendees at this conference, which is an amazing number of professionals to gather together. Congratulations, Dr. Strother, to you and your team and everyone involved for a really exceptional job with that event. Also, I want to announce the upcoming departure later this fall of Amy Peterson, Associate Commissioner for External Relations, and Emily Cormier, Assistant Commissioner for Funding. Both Emily and Amy are leaving the Clearing Board to pursue other opportunities in higher education in Texas. And I just really want to thank them for their service to the state and the coordinating board and to their really exceptional level of leadership here while they've been in service at the Clearing Board for the last 5 years. Moving on, I wanted to talk a little bit about direct admissions. I'm really excited to share that direct admissions has officially launched and is available for college-bound Texas high school seniors through My Texas Future. Deputy Commissioner Dr. David Kaufman will be talking a little bit more in depth about that as part of our major policy, but wanted to highlight just how excited we were that the governor's office released a press release about direct admissions, and we received lots of good press coverage both in the state and across the nation, and even a little bit of international press about this initiative, which we're very excited about. We are sharing this work through our on-course community to make sure it gets out to high school counselors. And also we'll be working to start a paid marketing campaign that will launch later this fall to help get the word out about this exciting work. Our major policy discussion today will focus on initiatives that improve predictability and portability for students, ensuring easier access to education and support of successful transitions for students. The work that we will be highlighting today is really key to the value that the Coordinating Board brings to the state. And I'm excited for you to hear more about these important and exciting initiatives that aim to support students through their educational journey and streamline their experience, saving them and their families both time and money. So that concludes my remarks, and I look forward to a productive meeting today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Members, any questions for the Commissioner? Congratulations also to all the team members who had outstanding work for these recognitions. That's great. Let the minutes show that Ms. Hawk and Mr. Clemmer are also present. Thank you. Next agenda item is public testimony. We have not received any public testimony today, so we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 4A, consideration and possible action to approve minutes for the July 25th, 2024 quarterly board meeting. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes for the July quarterly board meetings that you had in advance? Motion by Mr. Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 4B is consideration and possible action to approve the minutes from the September 17th, 2024 special call board meeting. Do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes for the September 17th special call board meeting?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Clemmer.
Second.
Second by Dr. Wong. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, thank you. The motion passes. Agenda item 4C is consideration and possible action to approve minutes from the September 23rd, 2024 special call board meeting. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes of September 23rd special call board meeting? Motion by Ms. Thomas. Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Nevada. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
As you can see, the board's been very busy with a lot of special call board meetings lately, which is good. Okay, thank you all. Next is a consent calendar. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more attention. And highlighted items are engraved on your consent items on the agenda. You've had time in advance to review the items, and of course, any board member can request that an agenda item can be removed from the consent calendar. That will give us more opportunity to discuss the item or items fully later in the meeting. We're going to take up the consent calendar in two parts, non-rule items and then the rule items. These items that were in place in the non-rule consent are 7D, consideration to acknowledge gifts and donations to the board, 8B, consideration to approve the report to the legislature on high school individual graduation committee graduates. 8E, consideration to adopt the facilities and audit report. 8F, consideration to delegate authority to the Commissioner of Higher Education to approve and submit the data report required by Texas Education Code Section 61.0662D, information on research conducted by institutions. 10C, consideration to adopt the Graduate Medical Education Opportunities Report. 10B, report on the fiscal year 2024 activities, the Workforce Education Course Manual Advisory Committee, and an overview of the amended rules in Chapter 1T. 10E, consideration to adopt the Social Work and Workforce Study. 10F, report on activities of the Advisory Council on Post-Secondary Education for persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities. 10G, consideration to adopt a report on the recruitment of persons with intellectual and development disabilities at institutions of higher education in Texas. 10H, consideration to adopt the report on access to higher education for persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities. 10I, consideration to approve college preparatory course analysis report. 10J, consideration for board delegation to commissioner for approval of the report required by General Appropriations Act, House Bill 1, Article 3, Section 4288, Texas Legislature related to the effectiveness of the Advised Texas Program. 10, report on activities of the Applied Texas Advisory Committee. 10M, consideration to increase the contract amount for the vendor for the Texas Success Initiative Assessment, version 2.0 pre-assessment activity. 11B, the report on grants and contracts. 11C, the review of fiscal year 2024 financial report to the board. 11D 1-2, auditors update on internal audit reports and activities. 11E 1-13, auditors update on state and federal compliance monitoring reports and activities. Does anyone want to add any other items to the non-rule consent calendar at this time? Hearing none, does anyone want to remove any items? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the non-rule consent calendar as amended?
Someone.
By Ms. Walshager. Second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Wong. All in favor, please. Aye. In opposition, hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Members, the next item on the consent agenda are the rules. Rules placed on consent are either technical, conforming, or implement non-controversial policies around which there is consensus. Members, the rules on the consent calendar for consideration today are 8G1, which is a repeal of Chapter 5G, Sections 5.120 through 5.122. 8G4, new Chapter 15C, Sections 15.50 through 15.52. 8G5, repeal Chapter 17A, Section 17.3. 8G6, new Chapter 17A, Section 17.3. 8G7, amendments to Chapter 17B, Section 17.20 and 17.21. 8G8, amendments to Chapter 17C, Section 17.30, 17.31, and 17.32. 8G9, amendments to Chapter 17E, Sections 17.100 and 17.101. 8G10, amendments Chapter 17F, Section 17.110 through 17.114. 8G12, repeal Chapter 21A, Section 21.2. 8G13, repeal Chapters 21SS, Section 21.2264. 8G14, repeal of Chapter 22BB, Sections 22.751 through 22.757. 8G15 is a repeal of Chapter 22H, Sections 22.141 and 22.143 through 22.147. 8G17 is the repeal of Chapter 22, Subchapter 5, sections 22.570 through 22.577. AG 18 is a repeal of chapter 23B, section 23.35. AG 19, amendments to chapter 23B, sections 23.31 through 23.34 and 23.36, and use section 23.35. AG 20, amendments to chapter 23C, section 23.62, 23.65 through 23.68, 23.70, and 23.71. AG 21 is a repeal of chapter 23C, sections 23.63 through 23.64, including 23.69, 23.72, and 23.73. AG 22 is a repeal of chapter 23D, sections 23.95, 23.98 through 23.99, and 23.101. AG 24 is a repeal of 23H, sections 23.213 through 23.214 and 23.216. AG 25, amendments to chapter 23H, sections 23.209 through 23.212 and 23.215, and use section 23.216. AG 26, amendments chapter 23J, sections 23.286 through 23.289 and 23.293 through 23.294, and use section 23.295. AG 27 is the repeal of chapter 23J, sections 23.290 through 23.292. 1001 is new chapter 1W, sections 1.260 through 1.268. 1002, amendments to chapter 2G, sections 2.143. 1004 is new chapter 10B, sections 10.50 through 10.58. 1005, new chapter 10H, sections 10.170 through 10.179. 1006, new chapter 10J, sections 10.210 through 10.218. 1007, new chapter 10K, sections 10.230 through 10.238. 11F1 is repeal chapter 1A, section 1.14. Members, does anyone want to remove any of these items from consent? I'm glad Mr. Wilson didn't ask me about section 5.217. Do I have a motion for approval of the rule of consent calendar?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Wilson, a second. Second by Ms. Hawk. All in favor, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 6 is the major policy discussion. Major policy discussions are topics of interest where staff, policy experts, and stakeholders provide coordinating board members with information on higher education policy matters and initiatives that can potentially impact Texas statewide. The major policy discussion today, which I'm really looking forward to, will explore the initiatives that enhance the predictability and portability of students' access to transfer across Texas higher education. The panel, which is an excellent panel, experts in these areas, appreciate y'all being here and sharing your knowledge with the state of Texas and beyond. Panel will emphasize and examine both the current landscape and the future direction of Texas' approach to student access and the transfer and financial aid. Special attention will be given to direct admissions as well as Texas Direct, board sharing, and the financial aid, including transfer grants, and will be aimed to facilitate students' mobility and success. Dr. David Troutman, Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs. Dr. Charles Montero Poles, Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs. And Dr. Michelle Singh, who is Assistant Commissioner for Digital Learning, to present this item and be available for questions. Dr. Troutman will start the discussion.
Great, thanks so much, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman, Board, and Commissioner Eaton. Thanks so much for allowing us the opportunity to share some great things that are happening at the coordinating board. I'm David Troutman, Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs. And but before we jump into that, I wanted to acknowledge the peers to my right. They're an amazing group of individuals I have the privilege of working with every day. And they get me excited about my work. They're excited about making sure that we're changing the lives of students. So before we jump into major policy, I'd like to just give them an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Elizabeth Mayer. Nice to see you all. Look forward to the discussion this morning.
Hello, everyone. Michelle Singh, Assistant Commissioner for Digital Learning. Look forward to our engaging conversation.
Good morning, Charles Cotero-Pulse, Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs. Thank you for having us here.
So to echo what the chairman just said, we wanted to spend some allocated time this morning to talk about how the coordinating board were spearheading the transformation of higher education in Texas through both predictability and affordability. So you might ask yourself, well, what does that actually mean, right? So I want to go a little bit deeper into that before we jump into the programs. So in today's higher education landscape, students need clear, reliable pathways to success, which is where predictability comes into play. Students deserve to need to know exactly their financial aid. They need to know their admissions decisions, and they need to know educational opportunities that will be consistent and accessible. And no matter where they are in the state or which schools they decide to attend. So by ensuring predictability, we can reduce the uncertainty, allowing students to plan their academic and financial future with confidence. With affordability is equally important. So with an increasing mobile society that we live in today, students need the flexibility to transfer their credits, transfer their financial aid, and transfer credentials seamlessly between institutions. If we take sort of a time stamp in higher education right now, we probably have the most diverse group of students that we've ever had in the history of higher education. And with that, I talk about just the experiences, sort of this melting or blurring the lines between higher education and K-12 through dual credit. And then also understanding students' decisions to decide to transfer when they want to transfer. But we want to make sure that those credits aren't lost. We want to make sure that they're portable and there's a seamless interaction between institutions. We owe that to the students, honestly. And so I got off track, so I apologize. I get worked up over it. But I think we really need to understand how we can create an educational journey that's more efficient and less stressful. So our initiatives today are truly making a significant impact in providing students clearer and more reliable pathways and reducing barriers to access, affordability, and success. So today we'll walk through those programs that we've actually implemented and talk about how we plan to expand those and create more momentum. It's all about the momentum. Let's get students to successful jobs so they can have a full wage. So it's also these efforts are really going to tie into figuring out how we create a pipeline for talent in Texas. And then ultimately, we have to strive towards our goals of building a talent strong Texas. By 2030, it will come very soon, we have to produce 550,000 credentials of value per year. Right now, we're around 370. We have a ways to go. And so I'm excited to share the great work that we're doing. So next slide. So based on what I just said about the talent pipeline, what we know from the Center for Education and Workforce at Georgetown University is that by 2031, 63% of all jobs in Texas will require some education beyond high school. 63%. That's huge. And there are discussions about whether or not that's an underestimate. Because these estimates were created before COVID, the pandemic. So we see that there is this insurmountable number of job postings out there that do require something beyond high school. So we have to make sure that we create a pipeline that allows them to receive those educational experiences to meet the needs of employers and meet the needs of students. Next slide. So this graphic hopefully will be very familiar to you. This is our T3, our Texas Talent Trajectory, and we're honing in and creating special attention to cohorts of students. As this goes on over time, you will start seeing these graphics evolve because we will be adding more information so that you can have more levers to really examining what's happening to students. But as you can tell, looking at 3 years combined cohorts of students starting in 8th grade with almost 900,000, less than 200,000 receive a bachelor's, less than 60,000 receive an associate's. So the pipeline is not efficient or great at this time. So we have to do a better job making sure we're supporting students as they navigate towards their dreams of receiving some type of credential of value. Next slide. So we also had the opportunity to do some focus groups with students and parents who are in high school. We did this both in English and Spanish, and we provided an opportunity to understand what their goals were after high school. We separately asked parents and students that question. And it's really exciting to see, keeping in mind that this might differ from a Gallup poll. Gallup polls have random selections of individuals they interview. This wasn't random. We asked individuals to show up and have a conversation with us. So it might not translate perfectly to Gallup, but it's giving us a glimpse of what we're hearing from up to 400 students and parents about their goals. And so almost 80% of students said, I want to go to college. I have to attend college. It's actually less for parents, which is surprising. I would think that'd be the opposite, but it's not. But we know that we have to hone in on that and really take advantage of the aspirational goals of students so that they can see themselves as college students. Next slide. The other thing that I think is really compelling is asking them to think about what are the challenges that come to mind when you think about going to higher education. And this bar chart speaks volumes. Financial cost, financial cost, financial cost. That's on their mindset. They're thinking, how is this going to impact me? How is it going to impact my family? How is it going to be a credential of value versus a credential of harm? And so we have to think about also the second is fear of student debt. So this aligns perfectly with our strategic plan on credentials of value, but also manageable debt. And so we'll talk about some strategies. Chad will talk about strategies with financial aid about how we're reducing or striving towards that goal. And then lastly, just the stress and pressure of college. This immediacy of I have to go to college, I have to know exactly what I want to do, and I have to work through quickly to get that so I can get a job. So we have to figure out ways to educate students as early as 7th grade about the opportunities that they have in higher education so that it becomes sort of a normal way of so that it's not just a tsunami of information, but it's sort of a drip of information that's common to them as 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th graders. So I'm excited to share that. So next slide. So things through the funding through the Limited Foundation, admissions pathway initiative through our foundation, we were able to engage with direct admissions. So I'm really excited to share some information with you all about that initiative. Next slide. So as you all know, we have My Texas Future. My Texas Future is sort of the one-stop shop for college and career navigation for Texas students. MyTexasFuture.org. I'll keep on saying that. I'll repeat it. I think that we need to make sure that people know that it's out there. We have to help them understand. And just, this year we modified the website so that it will ask you a simple question. Are you an adult learner or a current college student, or are you in middle school or high school? You click on that button and it changes the content and meets the audience where they're at. So we're not speaking to an adult like they're a middle school student, or we're not speaking to a middle school student like they're an adult. And that's really powerful. And so with the direct admissions, it's actually embedded within this website. Next slide. So direct admissions, what does that actually mean? So this is sort of provides you a process flow of the engagement that takes place. So as we had the press release from the governor's office, so thank you to the governor's office for doing that, it's created traction. So students will go to a website and there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes in preparation for direct admissions. We asked institutions whether or not if they would be willing to participate in a pilot. And so 31 academic four-year publics in Texas participated. Would I call that a pilot? Probably not. I think it's something that it's a great effort that's taking place. So as we were prepping for the development of the website, we were talking to each institution and saying, what are the criteria for admissions, general admissions to your university to allow students to self-report information to let them know immediately? In our society, I'm accustomed to knowing things automatically. You know, this is no longer the days of, you know, the dial-up router and waiting for you to get on the internet. It's immediate. And we have to do it through the phone, we have to do an iPad or a computer. And so we ask them simple questions about what's the criteria. And I'll talk about that in a second. And so the students will elect, opt in to say, yes, I'm interested, let me click on this information. And then the students will self-report academic data that were required to determine if they can be admitted into that university, those 31 universities. Once they enter that self-reporting data, keeping in mind that we have asterisks everywhere indicating this is conditional. We have to validate that information and make sure that it's accurate and aligned with that university. Once they click submit, it automatically pops up a list of their institutions they're automatically admitted to. Conditionally, yes, absolutely, absolutely. So what we found through this experience is that there's sort of a standard in admissions rules where they depend on self-reported data already. So we leaned into that and just focused on that. And we'll talk about how we can use administrative data in the future in a second. But it provides them that list. And then what's great about that is they can filter on proximity to their house, all different types of criteria so they can select. And that's the 31. It's really exciting. And then worst case scenario, if they weren't admitted, then we have opportunities to guide them towards a community college to really provide other opportunities. So we don't want to feel like this is a deal killer for them. It's just really providing them, I'm automatically admitted. And then the next step is they need to go to Apply Texas. They need to Apply Texas because the institutions need more information. They need more information around financial aid and what types of programs they would be admitted to. Because there's different standards based on engineering versus liberal arts versus whatever you want, fill in the blank. And so I think that's exciting. I forgot to mention that once the student opts in, we provide a data feed to that institution to let them know the contact information of that student. Right now, several of our institutions have to work with the College Board and other agencies to gain access to contact information for Texans. So we want to lean into our name coordinating and actually coordinate and provide information to our institutions so they don't have to purchase any information to connect with students. And so we'll have that feed every other week to those institutions, given the permission. So it's all about their permission and the students allowing us to share that information, that contact information. So that's huge. That's really huge. So that now, you know, if a student gets into, let's say, UTEP can reach out and say, we're so excited for you to be a minor. Like, let's embrace you, come in, here's some opportunities for programs. We're excited for you to complete the FAFSA. We're excited for you to complete Apply Texas. Just creating that safety net. Okay. And then after they've completed Apply Texas, then it goes through the normal protocol of admissions, and so that the institution will allow them, you're admitted into a certain program and here's your financial aid package. Next slide. So with phase 1 of direct admissions, that was released October 3rd, so 21 days ago. I think 21 days. Yes, I think so. I lose track of days, it's just a blur. And so we established the process of self-reporting. Phase 2, we want to start in the very near future where we could potentially work with TEA to connect with administrative data. The power behind that is it's no longer opt-in, but we can just create a conditional opportunity for all high school students in Texas to know I'm admitted into these 9 institutions. And then at the same time, it's allowing our institutions to reach out to all high school students, all, because we know there are several hundreds of students, thousands of students who are in the top 25, top 10, they don't even go to college, they don't even attempt it. And so if we can create mentors and just connection with the network, to support students as they're going through. That's gonna be really exciting and a game changer, honestly. And for me, from my perspective, once that happens, that is true direct admissions. Because it's creating that seamless pipeline between high school and college. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we're being very strategic on meeting the students where they're at so that they are engaging in programs that will be meaningful for them and so they're following their passion, but also it creates a livable wage.
Does this mess with the stats that universities are seeing? So universities know in general how many students apply to them for their school every year, how many they admit, but now you're gonna have everybody who goes into this program applying to 31 institutions automatically. So it's gonna change, like, and for their planning for.
Absolutely. I want to be a disruptor. I want to make sure that we create a different way of doing business. Because you know what happens? There are a lot of non-Texas institutions that are disrupting us already and embedding their recruitment sites in Texas to recruit them away from Texas. And what I want to do is I want to make sure that students understand that they have options in Texas. And not only options, I want to move away from flagship or nothing else. There are so many high quality programs in Texas that are going to create a credential value for them that they need to understand that, and we're going to make sure that we're marketing that information accordingly.
Dr. Trauman, as a point of clarification, when they go through this direct admissions process, they are just receiving information about where they will be accepted.
Yes.
And then they take the next, so they're not applying to all of these schools, then they have to choose to apply. And at that point, the institutions get the application and respond to them with the offer. So they have not been accepted when they get the information of, based on the data you've given us, this is where we know you will be accepted. Yeah, so then they have to take the next step to say, okay, I'm gonna apply to a couple of these. And the institutions at that point get that application and respond to that.
Because one concern I would have is take a very bright student, they get a response from all 31 schools. Do they end up getting confused because they end up, going from focusing on 3 or 4 or 5, to all of a sudden they've got 31 that are all approaching them and does that really end up creating more confusion than help?
I hope not. I mean,
Is there any sorting that you can do
so they can create filters based on their interest schools. So they could create sort of these stars. We try to make everything interactive for our product team really work with focus groups with students to understand how they would, what would appeal to them. And so they can filter on proximity, tuition and fee costs, graduation rates, types of programs. So they can go all these different avenues. The other thing, if we go to the next slide, the other thing that we're doing, we have a powerful on-course network. So we've already created modules for over 18,000 professionals in education so that we can empower counselors and advisors to help advise students as they go through this process. So because yes, it might be this tsunami of new information, but how can we help have a person who can support them as they go through that process to understand, the different experiences they might experience by going to a certain school, or the types of admissions criteria based on the program of study based on the school, and just trying to sift through everything. But I think the key there is by allowing that opt-in selection, we're giving the students fellow Texans to help support them, connect them. Because I want them to be seen and heard, and I want them to go to a Texas school, honestly. Because there's so much recruitment activity from outside of Texas. You see the shrinking high school pipeline across the nation. We haven't experienced that yet. We will in by 2030, 35. And thank you. And so I just want to make sure they have more opportunities. So it launched on October 3rd. So I have some numbers for you. So since the launch of October 3rd, we keep track of who hits the websites, who's interacting with websites. So when we look at the main mytexasfuture.org, since October 3rd, we've had 109,000 unique users. 109,000 in 21 days. So the other thing we try to do when people go to mytexasfuture.org is to create a profile. So students can go in and actually create a profile, similar like Facebook or Instagram or and what's exciting about that is you can actually store your information of achievement. So that the ultimate goal by next year is that once you've stored your information in your profile, you can click a button and it transfers all that information that's relevant to Applied Texas into Applied Texas, so you don't have to repeat what you've already entered in. So that's exciting. So based on, from last year to this year, before October 3rd, we had around 12,000 profiles created. In the last 21 days, we've had an additional 12,000 profiles. So we've doubled within 21 days. So there's an intention and excitement about this. And then we've had over 5,000 students opt in to direct admissions in 21 days. 5,000.
Good question. How are you advertising to the students? How is this information getting to them?
So I know that we haven't yet, to my understanding.
Yeah, a lot of we've got a lot of positive press around direct admissions in My Texas Future, so I think that has generated some interest. In November, we'll be launching a paid sort of statewide marketing campaign to really ramp up the advertising. We're working on finalizing all the creative content, getting all that ready right now. So it's exciting to see just sort of natural, occurring excitement so far in these first 21 days. And I would expect as we launch that, statewide marketing campaign, that will just, take off even further from there. So, and I think the on-course, network as well, sort of those 18,000 K through 12 professionals that we have regular communication with. I think that is also really helping word out for our students.
Yeah, so it's very exciting. So next slide. So just to give you a taste.
Quick question.
Yes.
There's 31 that have opted in, 3 have applied, and any feedback on that?
Well, so,
Yeah, I think the institutions that haven't opted in, we didn't hear feedback from them that they had concerns. I think they were 3 sort of smaller institutions that just needed a little bit more time to get ready and process, but they've all indicated that they're excited to join in this next year. So no concerns from institutions or hesitation. And we did have A&M and UT and the other sort of large universities all opt in this first year.
Yeah, I think in the 21 days, we've also had 2 of those 3 call and now want to join. Is that correct?
that's correct. Yeah, so they want to add on. So we want to just be accurate to you all to let you know there are 31. And I think also the complexity of FAFSA and all the other things that were moving parts, I think they were a little hesitant. But now since it's built some momentum so quickly, I think we'll probably get all 34. And we do have 38 four-year publics. The challenge is with the additional 4 is that they're upper division only. So this is really honed in and focused on graduating seniors from high school. So we'll have to figure out how we can include those additional campuses as well, and that will be the future. So just to give you a taste test of what the student experience is. So after they elect the consent form and submit the consent form, we do ask them to enter in their high school class rank, their class size. It automatically calculates that percentage for them. Their GPA, we make sure that we have these little asterisk eyes to let them know what we mean by GPA, because we know there are very creative ways on how people are calculating GPA, SAT, ACT, and then the graduation plan at the high school diploma level. Keep in mind that this is when we work with our campuses and we indicate that the student does not have to answer every question. Sometimes there's this movement where high schools are not ranking their students. But in the rubric behind the scenes with the campus, we did 4 things. So class rank or GPA or SAT or graduation plan. So that we have that more fluid in a way so that it's not a pressure to say you have to complete every item on this scoring metric.
I have a question. So with after the pandemic and optional SAT scores, and then if you go to a private school, it doesn't rank students and you don't have that information, what happens
So a private high school or a private,
Private high school.
So
So someone's
even-
filling this out and optionally doesn't have private rank because they're the only class rank, this is a private high school. And two, the optional SAT scores. Are they still doing optional SAT scores more Texas?
it depends on each institution.
So how would apply a student that's filling this out that goes to a private high school in Texas and is wanting to apply to one of these, or several of these 31 schools?
I'll have to follow up with that.
That's a possibility with some people. are-
It's like our private school, they don't rank them, but you know where you're at in the class. You know, because isn't there a place you can put how many kids and what
Yeah.
number you
Yeah,
are?
do class size and,
Yeah.
yeah.
See my example.
I do, I mean, the large public high school my kids go to, they don't rank after the top 1%.
Yeah.
And they're firm on that, so I was curious about that myself.
So yeah, so they would just put in their GPA, their type of GPA, if they've taken an SAT score. I think the key here also is if they could at least put one data element in there. And then it's that reach out from the campus to say, we're excited to see that you opted in. Can you provide any additional information about your high school and, and then the conversation begins. That's a great call out. And then once they've hit submit, next slide, it provides them, you're accepted. And then it provides them the list of institutions. This is a mock-up, so just be aware that I was in the conversation saying like, well, there's 52 schools in there. No, this is just a mock-up design, but the real actual provides here of the 31, here is the list of schools that you're admitted to. You can do selection of location type. You can click on your only favorite schools. You can click on graduation rate, high to low. There's just a different ways to filter the information for the students as they're engaging with this product. So that concludes my discussion. Any other questions about recognition before we move on to Texas Direct?
I have a question for you, Dr. Erwin.
Yeah.
Being that 84% of students rank financial costs as like one of their biggest concerns, does this provide any data to compare the schools they're automatically accepted to on financial means?
So that is a great question. So you're priming the conversation, so we'll talk about that in just a second about making sure that we're being very transparent in the future based on the estimated cost associated with some things that Chad will talk about. So
I mean, and right now it does include the tuition and fee information, and so one of our hopes is that we can, in future iterations, incorporate individual students' financial aid impact information into it. So right now, it's just limited to that institution's tuition.
We've also talked about how the non-tuition fees tend to be, so they're like a cost of living index for the different cities in which the university might.
Policy, et cetera. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think we include that, but definitely would look forward to including something like that in the future.
I just jotted that down, so thank you for that. So we're always in flight and modifying this to meet the needs of the stakeholders. So I think what happens is we're so laser focused in getting it done that there's things that we might be missing and mark on.
So I do have a question about potential value. Are we going to talk about that later or because your earlier slide showed that 3 years you have more than 800 high school graduate, and after many years and you have only maybe 25% with a bachelor degree. So the rest is just drop out, and how we going to give them some sort of potential value, some sort of certificate, or some value that show that they attend 2 years or 2 years, things like that nature. Are we going to talk about that later or?
Yeah, I mean, I think the next sort of, both the next presentations on Texas Direct and core sharing are intended to sort of highlight how we increase predictability and affordability for students once they're in, and how we get more students to completion and more students to completion more efficiently. Yeah, absolutely.
Another question real quick is the school looking into the reason why there's so many dropout after, you have only 25% getting bachelor degree, so another 75% out. Where are the reasons? I'm sure there's so many reasons, but is the school will be able to come up with some sort of solution? Well, not solution, but some sort of thinking that we can help them in terms of getting to the bachelor
So that's something we're also laser focused on, but we won't be discussing it during this area. But I know that our Division of Student Success, so Jenny L. Struther and her team are really working with campuses that understand how we can create programs to re-engage with students. One of my biggest concerns that keeps me up at night is some college no credential. They've tried to go and attempt to follow their dreams. It didn't work at that time. They might have left with some debt and they have a bad taste in their mouth. And so we have to be able to figure out how to re-engage with those students and then also re-engage with them so that we can meet them with their lifestyle. Because if they're out of college, they're most likely working and they're getting accustomed to that full-time job paycheck. And so it's very difficult to reintroduce and say, oh, let me disrupt your life. Stop working, come back to school. No, we need to be more agile in creating online experiences and short-term credentials that can add value.
All right, good morning. So I'm going to talk to you about Texas Direct. So in the discussion about predictability and affordability, this is really an initiative that's really trying to help our transfer students. As we heard yesterday, there is not, there's a room for growth and improvement with our transfer students. Yesterday I mentioned about 86% of our students that start as freshmen at universities are completing compared to 68% of those transfer students. So that's an 18 percentage point gap that we need to work on improving. So Texas Direct is intended for transfer students and was a piece of legislation that was passed this legislative session and builds really on the work that the agency has been doing on transfer for the last 4 or 5 years. As you heard, the transfer report, there is an opportunity to more fully support our transfer students in the state of Texas. For fall 2023, there were approximately 27,000 students who entered college for the first time at a 2-year institution, and then were not concurrently enrolled at a 4-year and then transferred for the first time to a 4-year institution within 6 years. Next slide. Okay, so for those that have been on the board, they've heard me talk about transfer. I usually do a quarterly update. So just for a couple of the new board members, we've been on a journey with transfer for the last probably 4 or 5 years. So the Texas Transfer Framework was actually established in March of 2021. But that was after pretty significant work that was done with a stakeholder group called the Improving and Transfer Work Group. It consisted of 5 individuals from the universities and 5 individuals from the community college. The original thinking was in March of 2020, to lock everybody up in a room and have these folks kind of duke it out and say, let's talk about what's working and what's not working. Well, then a pandemic happened. And so instead of doing that, we ended up meeting for, I think we had 25 meetings that were 90 minutes that all of these individuals attended out. I think 1 or 2 people missed maybe 1 or 2 of these meetings. So I just want to emphasize the commitment of these stakeholders to developing this transfer framework. So what happened was they developed the transfer framework and then we implemented that in rule in March of 2020. So, it was adopted by the board in March of 2020. So the goal of Texas Direct really provides, worked well within the transfer framework that was developed. And we really want to provide those clear, transparent pathways for students. This is really a student success effort, as is all transfer. We want to optimize the students' course selections, ensure that they take the right courses, so there's transparency, and that they'll be applicable upon transfer, leading them beginning at the 4-year institution with junior standing. You complete your 60 hours, no question, you're going to have junior standing when you get to that 4-year institution. Because we know that this will save students time and money. And to Dr. Troutman's earlier comment and Dr. Long, if they have trouble potentially transferring, that could potentially lead them to stopping out. And so we want to not contribute to that and are trying to really support everyone to make sure that there's transparency and that the credits and the work that they have done and the money that they have spent is going to be utilized moving forward. Next slide. So what is Texas Direct? So there are two parts of Texas Direct. So one is this field of study curriculum component. So there's actually three buckets that are consistent for the field of study. But all of the work and the pathways are really developed with the assistance of the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee. So this was one of those fundamental pieces that was actually developed by that improving transfer work group. One of the things that they said was that, you know, we really want to be a partner and have stakeholders at the table in terms of what disciplines we will be pursuing. And so that group meets, it consists of 24 members. It's got 12 folks from the community colleges and 12 folks from the universities. And we also have advisors and students who participate in that advisory. Okay, so just in terms of the three components, so the discipline-specific Texas core curriculum, so these are core courses that are relevant for the major course of study. So one of the challenges that can sometimes happen with students, like they don't take the appropriate math. So they're potentially directed to take something like college algebra, but actually statistics would be the more appropriate course for them to take for their discipline. So the subcommittee that develops the fields of study, they call that out and say, this is the math that they need to take in order to be successful for their future coursework and upper level, for their upper level courses in their discipline. The discipline foundation courses, these are really a set of courses that are for the discipline and intended to make sure that they will have a successful transfer and be prepared for the academic work upon transfer to those upper level courses. And the last are these directed electives. So these are the courses that are determined by the university and really intended. So if you're going to an institution, to say Texas State, and for their program, they will call out, we want you to take these lower division courses at your community college. So upon transfer, we know you will be successful. So they call those out. So that is, those are the three components of the fields of study. And then this last component is the core curriculum. So for most of the disciplines that will include 42 semester credit hour core. At the last board meeting and as a part of Texas Direct, we now have an alternative framework for those disciplines that you can't necessarily fit the 42 in. So biology is one that there's a lot of lower division coursework that you have to take. So instead of completing the complete 42 semester credit hour core, you're only going to complete 30 at the community college and then complete the rest at that four-year institution. In addition, the Texas Direct also requires the community college to put on the transcript when they have all of these components that they are have a Texas Direct associate's degree. So that was actually a piece of the legislation.
Quick question.
Yeah.
What are high school credit that you obtain in high school?
So typically dual credit is included as the community college will get those transcripts and then include that as part of their coursework. Okay, next slide. Okay, so Texas Direct is going to provide more transparent and seamless process for students and institutions. This is an opportunity to reduce time and money on excess credit hours, since students will now know what they need to take in order to be successful. This is also intended to ensure that credits earned by the students transfer and are applicable. That applicable is very important because transfer, but if it's not applicable, it's not useful for the student, even though they have paid money for that. Our team has presented to several groups to talk about this work, even though Texas Direct was just past the session. The work of the transfer framework has been around for a couple of years. And so we are actively working with faculty, provosts, registrars, and other stakeholders about this work, and we'll continue to do so. And as has been mentioned a couple of times this morning, we also have a transfer module that was developed by our on-course team to support advisors so that they are appropriately advising students about all of the work and available transfer opportunities in the state of Texas and how these mechanisms are intended to facilitate seamless transfer. So that concludes my remarks on Texas Direct, and I'm either happy to answer any questions or pass it along to Michelle to talk about the sharing.
And moving right along to the idea of portrait. So if you'll indulge me, let's imagine that a student has gone through the direct admission process, they've done applied taxes, they've been awarded financial aid, they've got their degree program, they're thinking about transferring in the future, applying to a professional program. All of a sudden, they're at their home institution and they are looking at the course availability and see either the class is full, they're not offering that class that semester at their particular institution, or there isn't a faculty member on staff that has that niche experience to deliver that course. So what does a student do here? What does a student do now? They would end up probably delaying their degree progression. They would not be able to get it complete on time, maybe not apply to a professional program. All of these situations have occurred. All of these situations were concerns for our community colleges when we first engage our stakeholders and for our universities. What happens in these cases? We're happy to say that after engagement with a significant amount of stakeholders across Texas, we have launched officially for approximately, the pilot program is about a year, our course sharing program, which we call the statewide course exchange program. So next slide, please. Course sharing is not a new concept in Texas, and in the Division of Digital Learning, we are firm believers in not reinventing the wheel if something has already been explored and something has been tried in the state. So course sharing actually has a presence in Texas and has for some time, starting with the Virtual College of Texas and then leading to the Digital Higher Education Consortium, which was also known as Digitex. There had already been some course sharing amongst institutions. Some of that was just evolved naturally. Some there were partnerships with different institutions. There were formalized consortiums with some, but not all colleges, but it does exist in pockets across Texas. And so what we went ahead and did was spoke to the people that had participated in these different programs. I, as well as institutions, have participated, so that was really beneficial to understand that experience firsthand. And we were able to come and bring a group together of 10 pilot institutions that dialogued on what were the gaps in the practices we already had that we could address. At the same time that all these conversations were happening, the Commission on Community College Finance was investigating what they could potentially do to help elevate higher education and move students towards progression. They identified how course sharing was going to be a practice that would help students in multiple ways and would also help institutions, especially after the pandemic. There were gaps in faculty availability. A lot of faculty went back into industry and we started losing the staff that we had on campuses. So we needed to find a way to share the expertise that existed across Texas in an online format. And so with GEAR funding, we were able to create an infrastructure and a first pilot program. And so we're very fortunate that we worked with amazing institutions that helped kick off what we're calling the infrastructure for impact in the future. With the passing of House Bill 8, thank you very much for that, we were able to formalize the program and now have funding that goes into a centralized support technical platform, as well as continue engagement with our institutions that were in the pilot that now become the for incoming cohorts. And so on the next slide, we'll see that course sharing is an interesting concept. When you hear course sharing, you probably think of a lot of different things. So let me clarify very quickly on what course sharing actually is and what it means for Texas in our capacity. It aims to increase access to online-only courses at this time for students that are enrolled in Texas institutions. What it does is it preserves their home institution affiliation, which is where they're currently enrolled, and allows them to take courses from other institutions without losing that connection to their home institution. So everything is done from that initial standpoint, what they're used to, the experiences they're used to enroll. So that becomes the idea of a home institution and a teaching institution. And this partnership amongst these institutions, 10 to start with, now moving to 25 in the state, allows students to be able to meet the goals that they need for their courses that they're demanding within their progression for their degree, but also be familiar with the technical experience of how to enroll, eliminating some of the barriers of confusion whenever we start to apply to different schools to simply take one course that they need to continue on their journey. And so the student enrollment experience really is a highlight of this program. It is more automated through our technical platform. It also minimized the operational burden that there was on some institutions when it was more of a manual process in history. So this technology system has been able to integrate into our enterprise system applications so that we don't have to worry about a separate system in one institution to another. It really does minimize the amount of clicks for a student, which are critically important when you're engaged in something that you may not be fully committed to. You don't want something to come up as a barrier because you have to add 2 or 3 clicks to it. So the technology platform addresses some of those. Next slide. While it seems like a very straightforward process in theory and by the final product, it took a lot to get here. And for any of you that have worked with a technical platform, you understand that it really does take a village to be able to get a product that has been tested by institutions, for institutions, with students at the center and student success being the catalyst of achievement if this program is successful. And so to reach this advanced level of automation, there were many steps that we took from engaging those 10 institutions. We actually did this in 6 months, believe it or not. And that was from initial conversation all the way to infrastructure implementation. And our previous commissioner, Henderson Keller, as all of you know, was very determined on, let's get this done. And we listened and we met the goal of making sure that this would happen, only because we had amazing institutions that partnered with us. As you can see with the map of Texas displayed on the slide, we had Amarillo, Del Mar, El Paso, Grayson, Kilgore, Lamar State Orange, Lone Star, North Central Texas, San Jacinto, and Temple colleges that all participated in this first initial pilot. The way that we did this was we created an advisory group that was made of executive leaders from our institutions that were the decision-making authority to create the framework for operations. But they didn't do this in a silo. They actually did this informed by subcommittees, 9 to be exact, from operational experts within their institutions. So while our executive leaders and advisory were making the decisions for practice, they were informed by the people they work with on a regular basis, that work with students on a regular basis, and can really testify to what that operational process looked like. Some of the groups that were engaged included people from instructional administration, institutional effectiveness and research, information technology, financial aid, business enrollment, digital learning, marketing and communication, student support services, and ultimately the student success group. So we understood that this was not an approach that was one department specific. We made it a point to create a culture of change at institutions, because it takes everyone at an institution to support a student in their journey during this time. And so our institutions were wonderful at making sure that they created the opportunity to have this dialogue at their own respective institution, not with one, not with two, but with sometimes 15 to 20 individuals at the institution, making sure they knew every touch point a student was going to engage with to make this program successful. We were able to create a centralized platform with multiple engagements with stakeholders that were led by Ms. Carrie Gitz, who is the Director of Digital Learning and really spearheaded this initiative. We went with Parchment, an Instructure company, to design the technical platform that really has elevated the level of success for this type of concept. So again, building on the success of Virtual College of Texas and Digitex as we move forward. Not only did we incorporate with student information systems, we also incorporated with financial processing systems. So that way, once again, there was no hiccup or that chance to second guess for a student to decide, I don't want to do this. And so having said all of those things, next slide, please. What does this actually do and what does this look like? This is the site. I know, very impressive, right? That one screen really does it for you. But as you can see on here, it asks you very simple questions. I belong to an institution at this time, or I may be thinking about applying to one. So there's 2 different ways that you can enter. Number 1, it allows you to explore the catalog of courses that are offered by all of those 10 institutions and find the classes that you want. So you're able to do that always with the support of staff from that institution. So we don't want students just to be going on there and be clicking on courses that they can enroll in. It has to be approved by the advisors at their home institution to ensure that they do not stray from their degree path. And so this is the site. The QR code will actually take you to the site itself, which is live and functioning. So we can move on to the next slide. But what does this actually mean? What does it mean for Texas students? What does it mean for the pilot that we just did? How do we call this a success? Well, we are happy to report that we're already seeing a positive impact as a result of this program. Students have been able to continue to progress towards completion by taking courses at partner institutions, and we have positive reports from institutions on the time savings that it has, the cost savings that it has, just because we were able to automate centrally with that platform. But I want to highlight one particular story that means a lot to us. And it's a story about a student at Grayson College. So a student at Grayson College was working with their advisor and realized that they would have enough credits and required courses to apply for their nursing program of choice. But as we all know, nursing programs have one finite timeline that you can apply for to get accepted for the incoming semester. Unfortunately, Grayson College was not offering the 2 courses they needed to be able to meet that deadline. And so what did the advisor do? The advisor went ahead and looked online on the course exchange program and was able to see that Lone Star College was offering both courses in consecutive semesters. So it's still a sequence of courses. They were able to take ones number 1, take another one summer two, and be able to achieve the grade they needed to apply for their nursing program 1 year early. That is a significant impact on that particular student. We are waiting to hear whether they got accepted or not. We're hoping to report back and say the answer is yes. But just in that short time frame, we're already seeing these gains from the interaction with this different program. So we are hoping to continue on this path. We are hoping to continue to study this infrastructure and study the impact that it's having on students and institutions. What's coming next for this is to continue to expand. We have 15 additional institutions in the pipeline. Thanks to funding from the Greater Texas Foundation and our Texas Higher Education Foundation, we will be offering this mentorship component for our incoming institutions. Like I said, this is a very heavy lift. And so we want to make sure that the 10 institutions that participate in the pilot can assist other institutions in navigating some of these. The beauty in Texas is that we have a lot of different technology expertise across the state, and we're starting to see these communities of practice talking to each other. Oh, you have Banner. Oh, great. This is what we do for financial aid integration. This is what we do for degree works. And we're starting to really see this automation process pay off. And so we want to continue to expand with community colleges, but also explore how do we engage our universities in this conversation? How do we start to have this pipeline all the way from community college directly into the university systems? We're happy to say that we've had at least 4 university systems that have approached us. When can we start having this conversation? So ask and you shall receive. We have committed to creating an advisory group specifically for universities, as we understand there's different level of impact from community college to university, to start exploring how do we make this happen in our next iteration. We're also looking to study innovative credentialing. So for example, we have a welding program at one of our institutions in Lubbock. There is an offshore drilling certification that you can receive on top of your welding certificate. There aren't many offshore pieces in Lubbock, but there are in Corpus Christi, Texas. And so we are able to work with Del Mar or other institutions in the coastal bend to offer those courses to the welding students, so they then have the ability to move wherever they want to with an offshore drilling credential. And so that's the type of conversation we want to explore as we start to mature in this program. And lastly, which is always one of those core things that the division promotes, is this idea of affordability in open educational resources. Right now, we're starting to gather the faculty members that are teaching in these different institutions and bringing them together to start to talk about open education resources for these courses, so we can also avoid book costs on top of tuition. So we have high hopes for course sharing. We have received wonderful feedback from our institutions, from our faculty, advisors, administrators. Those student stories really are the ones that mean the most to us. So we look forward to continuing to expand and welcome any feedback and questions at this time.
Okay, thank you for sharing the stories. I think that really helps, me appreciate this work, and I love everything about it. So it's great to see.
Thank you.
I think it's, real quick, is it, we are the only state doing all this? Do you know that? Is it, I mean, I don't think other states will have those portability and so smooth. I mean, so I really appreciate that. But anyway, my question is, I have a question actually. Is it possible? I mean, so I think we're the one doing it actually. But you can check out. Is it possible to even expand into, in the future, I'm not talking about the portability in terms of from other states. We have Texas resident citizen here who has credit from other states, community college and others. To extend even further, I mean, so we have Texas resident, Texas citizen, they have degree that they are not recognized. Right now, I'm just helping a Iraqi student trying to transfer his credit in the University of Houston because they have the civil engineering curriculum, but it's different. So it is, I'm talking about in the future. The portability is very exciting for me, seeing that the student, they earn some credit somewhere, be able to recognize somewhere here. So I think we're doing a tremendous job. I like just a big, bring a little bit on that part. Thank you.
So we can put that on the roadmap, honestly, and really figure out the immigration of non-Texans moving into Texas. I think for our center, our nucleus, we'll be focusing on Texas residents first to start with, because I think we have to figure this out for our Texans, and then we can expand. So, but thank you for acknowledging that, and I was just trying to think through how we can even tackle that. That's a lot. So, but I think that we're committed to making sure that there's portability. The worst thing that could happen is students taking courses, they're successful in those courses, and they either don't apply to a degree plan or they're deemed electives as part of their degree plan. And that's a disservice to that student and what not only the student, but the family invested in that educational experience. And I want to echo something that Elizabeth said earlier is, time to degree and completion for transfer students. And then also student debt. We see that transfer students have higher student debt levels than first time in college students. Why is that? Why are they repeating courses? Why are they not going towards that degree plan? So we're like I said, we're laser focused on that as well, to really use the data to tell the story to you all to figure out the next steps going forward.
I have a quick question on the costs. Do we think that the costs will kind of even out between all the participating institutions, or you're gonna end up with one institution that has a lot of people taking their courses, and how are they compensated?
And so that's part of the beauty of the advisory committee is we're actually talking to a lot of these. And there are several states that have a similar, not many, and we will say that Texas will be the best, but there are several states that we're learning from. That was part of the original, not just looking at the Texas experience, but also looking at what other states have already done, California being one of them. And California having the immense amount of community colleges that they have. And so they had to struggle with that. There's a couple of pieces that we are in conversation now, which include tuition and seeing if there's a way to have a standard tuition for these. That presents a lot of different conversations that need to be had. Also, they're not decisions that can be made by the advisory group. They're decisions that have to be board conversations. And so we are definitely keeping an eye on that. Right now, it really is just a matter of whatever the institution wants to share as part of their portfolio. What we are seeing is a lot of institutions that have availability of courses are putting those up. So if they had 17 students in a 25 CAT class, they're opening up for those additional 8. Why not? You're already doing it. And so it becomes an additional revenue source for the teaching institution in that case, but more importantly, it's able to help the student that's engaged in that class. And so it's an ongoing conversation. We're hoping that we don't have any one particular institution that's seeing all of the numbers. In this case, Lone Star did offer a significant amount more, which is why they had those 2 courses for that student. But it's right on our radar, continual analysis, continued research, and what the potential looks like for the future.
I have a question. So we have institutions, what percentage of the target is it? Are you targeting 30, 40? How many community colleges are we targeting? Really sad not to see anybody from those whole areas. That's a big area.
It is, and so we are hoping all. So that's the goal. The goal is all. We went with the selection process for the 10 institutions to start in the pilot of people that were involved in the leadership at the time, and also participated in the Learning Technology Advisory Committee. And so we kept those a little bit more confined, that we had open conversations and continual dialogue. But now we're opening up after the 3rd cohort. It's anyone that would like to participate. And we already have some conversations in flight with some of our institutions in those larger areas that are already having these conversations from community college to community college. And so now we're going to utilize the infrastructure to help facilitate what's already organically started to happen. And so our goal is to have all of them. We have received really good feedback. One of the biggest pauses in engagement is that this does interact with the enterprise application system. So if they're going through any type of transition in the student information system, moving from Illusion to PeopleSoft or vice versa, they can't engage with the software automatically, because then they would have to redo everything the moment that they switched over. Same situation goes if they're switching learning management systems. So that's the only piece. It's not that there is an interest, it's just that there were infrastructure barriers at the time. We'll get them.
Next slide. So thank you to all my colleagues for actually a learning experience for me. I'm sitting here thinking, oh, that's interesting. But the final item we'd like to discuss today is financial aid. Next slide. To set this in context, I'd like to circle back to the exceptional item requests that the agency included with our legislative appropriation request. So as you'll recall, financial aid is one of 3 exceptional items the agency is seeking to support. And we have requested just over $340 million to expand student opportunity and increase affordability through strategic financial aid initiatives. Next slide. The first item on this list of our financial aid exceptional item request reflects our ongoing efforts to request funding for our 3 primary need-based grants to benchmark those programs at 70% of students eligible for initial year grants. But in addition to that effort, the exceptional item request really identifies several strategic initiatives where additional funding will help us target our efforts. These include the goals of guaranteeing a Texas grant or TEOG to eligible students who are in the top 25% of their class, expanding support for transfer students through a TEOG to Texas grant pathway, maintaining our ability to support an annual cohort size of 300 students in the Texas Leadership Scholars Program, supporting students pursuing baccalaureate degrees at community colleges by allowing them to qualify for TEOG, and increasing the maximum amount for the Texas Armed Services Scholarship. Next slide, please. I'd like to focus specifically on the predictability and portability around the second item on this list and what it would provide. So thinking about financial aid from the predictability perspective, we're looking at ways that will provide students with confidence that they will receive state grant funding to help cover their costs of education. For example, if we can receive enough funding to ensure that every student who is in the top 25% of their class and who meets other grant eligibility criteria, if we can get enough funding to ensure that they will receive that grant, then we can look at ways to integrate that type of predictability into the agency's advising tools, like My Texas Future and other places. Next slide. And the Texas Transfer Grant, I think, is a really great place where we can think more about both predictability and portability. And it provides an example of how we're working to strengthen our aid programs based on what we're learning as we take advantage of the various opportunities that we've been given. You may remember that the first Texas Transfer Grants were provided through a pilot program that was supported by the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. So that pandemic funding allowed us to really step into this new area of transfer grants and try out new approaches. We tried ways that we hadn't done financial aid before so that we could see how those worked and, more importantly, could assess the impact of those grants. Next slide. So our partner in this effort, MDRC, helped demonstrate the positive impact that the transfer grants had on enrollment and retention. And these insights encourage the legislature to invest state appropriations to continue our efforts to build a strong transfer grant program. So in addition to receiving funding from the states, we also were able to use the lessons learned from the GEAR-funded pilot program to design the state-funded program in a way that provided greater efficiency and flexibility for institutions as they work with transfer students. Some of you may remember when I brought the rules for the state-funded transfer grant program, I talked a bit about the fact that our GEAR-funded program was a centralized program where the agency selected who was receiving the funds. And one of the lessons we learned was that we really do decentralized programs better. We give block grants to institutions, they're able to then administer. And so we made that important shift when moving from the GEAR-funded to the state-funded so that we could provide students provide institutions with flexibility. So one of the things about this program is while the state-funded program allows for transfer students to be considered for the transfer grant if they're eligible, there are far more eligible students than funding to support them. So students don't know whether they'll be selected for the program And whether they're selected or not may differ depending on the institution that they attend. Next slide, please. So as we look to the next legislative session, we really want to continue to evolve the transfer grant and infuse the program with elements of predictability and portability. So to do this, we're proposing that any student who received a Texas Educational Opportunity Grant while they were enrolled at a public two-year institution, and who successfully transfers to a public university or health-related institution after completing at least 24 credit hours with at least a 2.25 GPA, a 2.5 decimal point, 2.5 GPA, would automatically receive a Texas grant through that program's renewal structure. So this achieves predictability by allowing a student to know with greater specificity the criteria that will allow them to receive a Texas grant when they transfer. It achieves portability by allowing a student to know that regardless of which public university or health-related institution they transfer to, they will receive funding through the Texas grant program. And while the current Texas grant allows a similar structure for students to be considered for an initial year Texas grant, our proposal to treat these students as renewal grant recipients overcomes challenges in the timing of the transfer admissions process. And these timing challenges often result in Texas grant funding that's available for initial year grants to be depleted by the time students apply to transfer. So by moving these students into the renewal grant pathway, we're able to guarantee that if they do successfully transfer with the credits and the GPA and they've received TEOG, that they know that they'll be able to get this Texas grant. So as I listened to what all of my colleagues were talking about, I wanted to take a moment to just circle back and kind of point out the places where all of these things impact financial aid. Thinking about the direct admissions and what can we do to try to create more predictability so students don't just know, here are institutions that will be admitting you, but could also be quickly told, and here's financial aid that you will be able to receive by attending. In thinking about Texas Direct and the importance of the fields of study and the core curriculum, and knowing that all of that will transfer and they'll enter in a junior status, that will have a profound impact on reducing the debt that they incur. By reducing the number of years that they need to be enrolled to complete that bachelor's program, which is really key as we try to make sure that our students are graduating with no or manageable debt. And then listening to the course sharing, I'll admit that, coming from, I was in financial aid offices on college campuses for about 25 years before I came here. And so it's a bit of a geeky financial aid reference, but can't imagine the administrative efficiency that course sharing creates for financial aid programs. When a student has to go and apply to another institution and enroll in that other institution to take this one course, the amount of paperwork that is involved in trying to get financial aid to that student for that one course is monumental. Whereas allowing that student to just register right from their home institution allows that course to just be part of the whole financial aid process automatically. So there is immense efficiency, not just in the registration, but in the financial aid and making sure that the student can afford to pay for that course when they take it. So really exciting opportunities for us to create predictability and portability in financial aid to help support students as they take all these different journeys through the academic progress. So now I'd like to turn it back to Dr. Troutman to wrap things up.
Thank you, Chad. So I want to acknowledge the individuals to my right with their passion and dedication, but there are several employees, so we're the figureheads of our divisions. There are so many employees at the Guardian Board that are involved and dedicated in making sure that these programs come to life. So I want to thank all of them for their dedication and commitment, because at the end of the day, we have to address these current challenges, and we have to do them quickly. We have to make sure that we're creating this foundation of long-term success for not only higher education, but for the state of Texas. We have a booming economy that's hungry for educated workforce, and we have to do a better job at a much faster rate. So I want to thank you all for your dedication, and you can hear their passion when they speak about their products, and that's what we need. We need to make sure that students see a line of sight that, oh, I can be a college student. Oh, and this is how I can do it, and remove all red tape. So we're happy to take any questions. I know we know. Thank you for your patience and listening.
One question, so mytexasfuture.org, saying it again, it houses the Texas Direct Admissions offerings as well as all that high school support as they're looking at the landscape. And then there is Apply Texas, and then there is, should they choose to go to a community college, Texas Direct, and the course sharing. And in all cases, there's the financial aid offerings. Are all of those things accessible from the My Texas Future?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, so in some cases, separate portals.
That's something we really need to figure out how to streamline that so that we don't become the new confusion for a student, right? To figure out how to navigate all the tools. But at the same time, I think we need on course to help students understand how to navigate this. Because my fear is if we put everything on one website, then it just becomes a pop-up painting and it's like overwhelming the audience. And so we have to really, I think also working with our foundation and working with focus groups to understand how we can meet students where they're at.
Thank you. Yeah, I know I even find it hard to map it all, and I know we like to put the word Texas in everything that we do, but it's hard to map. So where you access everything when I'm trying to evangelize.
Was there any other questions or comments?
No, just to add, I think as an agency, we've created so many new things and we've figured out so much about what works and what works well and how we need to do things, thinking about the transfer grant, taking the lessons learned from that and thinking about incorporating into financial aid. So I think that's kind of the big next phases of the work is figuring out how to integrate all of these to tell the one story now that we have more information about which of these works and this effect. We need to grow and build on.
Well, how do we make them mobile friendly as well? Because students only know a phone.
Well, thank you, Dr. Troutman, Ms. Mayer, Dr. Singh, Dr. Charles Quintero Cole. Thank you all very much for that. Thank you. Good work. Yes. Now we will move on to agenda item 7, matters relating to the full board. Agenda item 7A is updating on building and college on Texas. Melissa Henderson, who is the Chief of Staff and Executive Director of Texas Higher Education Foundation, will provide an overview and be available for questions. Ms. Henderson, welcome.
Melissa Henderson, good morning, Chairman and members. My name is Melissa Henderson, staff and the Executive Director for the Texas Higher Education Foundation. This morning, I will give you a very brief update on several key activities, many of which you have spent a lot of time hearing about, supporting and building a talent strong Texas plan. So since our last update in July, we've continued supporting various aspects of the plan through efforts to develop, as you heard, college and career advising tools and promote these tools to students and families. I'll just very briefly underscore a few key points. So as you heard in the discussion about predictability and affordability for students, we are very excited to have launched direct admissions for the fall 2024 admission cycle, developed with support from philanthropy. Having this in place this fall, again, aligns really well with our financial aid request for the upcoming legislative session to, again, provide greater predictability and affordability in aid for students. I think the combination of these two things, earlier and clearer information on admissions decisions and financial aid, would be a really powerful signal to students earlier on in their high school journey, providing greater certainty about the next educational steps in their journey and the supports needed to take those steps. However, as we all know, those tools are only as useful as if we're able to get them into the hands of students and families. As you heard, we will be launching next month a public marketing and outreach campaign, and to inform that campaign with support from the foundation, Interim Assistant Commissioner Rislow and her team conducted market research of K-12 students and parents. So through statewide polling of 800 students and parents and focus groups, we heard that over 80% indicated that they were very likely to pursue higher education, that they believe higher education is crucial to future career success, and that they believe the benefits outweigh the challenges, which is really encouraging. Interestingly, one of the things we also heard from them when asked specifically about direct admissions and how it would affect post-high school planning was that a significant majority of both students and parents, nearly 3/4 or so, said that having access to direct admissions would highly affect their plans to attend college. So again, encouraging what we're hearing from students and parents across the state. And again, nearly half of both students and parents also said that financial aid information is the most important support needed. So again, this demonstrates the powerful combination of providing greater certainty to students about admissions and financial aid earlier in their educational journey, and we're excited to continue work in both areas. All of this work, along with many other initiatives across the agency in partnership with institutions across the state, is ultimately in service of meeting our college goals. Continues to be an exciting time for this work. We look forward to continuing to be closely apprised. Sure.
I would just add, I think that, kind of going back to Dr. Chapman's comments at the start of the major policy discussion of we have students that want to go to college, and too few of them are ending up with credential value, 6 years out of high school. So really thinking about all of these tools to help close that gap and meet the needs.
Members, any other comments or questions for Ms. Henderson? None? Thank you very much, Ms. Henderson. Next, we'll move on to agenda item 7B is an update on the Texas Transfer Initiatives. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs, will present this item and be available for questions. Ms. Mayer, welcome again.
All right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and do more transfer because the agency has done so much work, and it's exciting to talk about. So next slide. So as we kind of just went over, we have Texas Direct, which have these two components. And so what I'm going to focus on is really the fields of study curriculum, since those are the discipline-specific pathways that we are working on developing, and just going to provide an update of kind of where we are in terms of those pathways. So next slide. So you can see here we've made some additional progress. Communications has now been approved by Commissioner Keaton, and we are now kind of circling back around. So we've had these subcommittee meetings, but there were some challenges that were highlighted with the biology subcommittee and the English subcommittee, as well as exercise science. So particularly with the biology subcommittee, there was a challenge with the initial framework that was developed. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of lower division courses that were required for biology, and it just did not fit in the existing framework, which really allowed for 18 semester credit hours in addition to the core. So after we went through that process, we talked with the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee, and after English was the same kind of situation, it just would not fit. And so what we did is we developed a new alternative field of study, which I'll go through in just one second, which gives them more flexibility and more space. And so those rules are actually passed and adopted by you all in July. And so now we are circling back with those subcommittees. And I believe next week, next Friday, I will be meeting with biology to kind of say, here's the new framework, can we make this work? So that students will have a pathway if they decide to have biology as their discipline. Same thing, exercise science will be meeting later this month. They had a little bit of a different challenge. They actually just didn't have enough courses in what we call the academic course guide manual. So these are where all the lower division courses are listed, and the framework requires that those are the courses that are selected. Unfortunately, they did not have what they thought were enough courses for kinesiology. So the ACGM committee had a subcommittee and a work group, developed work courses, and now we're circling that with them. English will likely be reconvening them in the spring to go through the exercise of seeing if the alternative framework will now work for that discipline. And then computer and information sciences, engineering, the history, the BA we had some challenges with as well. We will be circling back circling with those folks. What we'll do is send nomination forms out to all the community colleges and universities in the state of Texas, saying please have your faculty participate, and we'll meet with the subcommittee for 2 days. So for those that have met, thus far, we have had over 400 faculty who have participated. I think I've mentioned this before. This is a 2-day meeting, and then we, after they develop a potential field of study, it's taken to the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee for review and approval. After that, we then post it to the Texas Register, just in case there were some faculty who were either not selected or not able to participate in the subcommittee. So everybody can see this is kind of what was discussed, and give an opportunity for public comment. Next slide. So just as a point of reference, you can see here on the left is what we call the standard field of study. So I went over those 3 buckets earlier. So it's the selected core curriculum courses. And so the standard has the 12 hours for those discipline foundation courses, and then the 6 for the semester credit of direct electives. And then on the right is this all new alternative field of study curriculum. So we're going to kind of see how this works. Like I said, biology will be the first discipline to go through this exercise. So we're going to see if, based upon the alternative field of study curriculum, it's possible to kind of move through that. I think that concludes my update for transfer again. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Yes, members, any questions? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Thank you. Agenda item 7C is an update on program approval. Ms. Mayer will present this item and be available for questions. Ms. Mayer.
All right. So, yeah, okay. So as I do every quarterly board meeting, I provide an update on program approval. So we have been working, as I mentioned earlier, program approval has been since October of 2022, when you all initially adopted the new rule for program approval. Again, that also had a stakeholder work group. The rules had not been touched in quite some time. And so we have gone through and are going through the exercise and still doing some work to make sure that we provide some transparency for our institution for new programs. So next slide. So here are just kind of some updates on where we are. Actually, next slide. So goals. So these are the goals that are really the foundation of this work, and were developed even before we had drafted any of the rules. So as we continue to do this work, these are at the center to ensure that we are making sure we're not adding any burdens to our institutions. We want to make sure that we're also sticking to the strategic plan. So like I said, this is consistently at the forefront of the work that we're doing around program approval. Yesterday you heard we brought rules about self-supporting programs, and this was the foundation for that rule development as well. So next slide. Okay. So since the last board meeting, the total form we've launched in the portal is now 5. Recently launching the most complex form, the request form for doctoral and professional programs. So with this form, all online forms for new degree programs have been launched, with only one form remaining for degree program change requests. We are also finalizing Form FDs needed for the recently adopted workforce degree and certificate rules, and are hoping to move those changes to production in the near future. We have also finalized revised rules for self-reporting, which you all heard about yesterday, and they are up for adoption today, and we'll begin the implementation of those rules shortly after the meeting today. Next slide. So you all heard Dr. Frias, he went through quite a few rules this morning, and here is kind of the list of things that we have done for program approval to date. And you can see there's a significant number. So our division has worked very hard, and workforce is also included in here too. So you can see we've done a significant overhaul to all of the rules for program approval. So, and you can see at the bottom there, pending adoption is the self-supporting, and then we're hoping to bring a approval process for all campus programs in the near future. We're in the process of developing that right now. Next slide. Okay, so I just wanted, yes, sir.
That's what I was gonna ask a question on next.
Okay.
G, number G, which is you're going into next, great.
So, so we're gonna dig in a little bit on doctoral professional proposal process. So next slide. Okay, so I wanted to share the quite lengthy process that is involved with doctoral and professional programs. So these programs receive a significant and in-depth review since they are resource intensive for our institutions and also require, state funding. So we want to ensure that institutions and students will be successful in these programs. So this week we just launched the new doctoral and professional forum, and we'll be sending out additional information to our institution on that. So with the launch of the new doctoral and professional forum, I want to give an overview and highlight the work that goes into moving these proposals through the actual approval process. So the doctoral and professional proposal review process is by far the most complex and time intensive for the division approval staff. So the implementation of our new online proposal form for doctoral and professional programs has required boarding and board staff from multiple divisions to conduct an in-depth review for our approval processes, documents, workflows, and the nitty-gritty details of each step in the process. While it has been daunting at times, we're optimistic that this will improve our tracking and management and ideally shorten the length of time for this extended process. So I do want to I want to extend a special thanks to Amelia DeLanda, who's in PMIO, and Mike Myers, who is part of our IT team, who work outside of our division but have spent countless hours making sure each staff review and technical step in the online form are aligned to our division's needs. So these forms would not be completed without their significant effort. So I just want, this is a bit of a team sport in terms of getting this done for program approval. Okay, so with the increase in doctoral proposal submissions, we also have 6 staff with expertise in managing this review process, and they now typically have 2 to 3 and sometimes 4 doctoral or professional proposals assigned to them at one time. So what you actually see here is a more simplified version than what actually occurs. The online form has at least 34 processes and technical workflow steps from institutional submission to sending an approval letter. So for example, in order to complete a site visit, which all of the doctoral and professional forms do, or a professional proposal consist of, so staff have to send emails to faculty outside of the state of Texas requesting participation as a site reviewer, and we have 3 site reviewers for all of these proposals. We have to do contracts, which must be created for each of the 3 site reviewers. Staff then prepare the site visit agenda. Institutional staff coordinate multiple meetings with site reviewers and key institutional representatives. Staff have pre-meetings with institutions and reviewers. Site visits typically take most of the day with institutional representatives, coordinating board staff, and external reviewers. External reviewers prepare and submit a final report after the site visit is completed. It's also very important to note that prior to submission, the institutions typically have their own extended process. Typically, the proposal has to go through for the universities the system review process. So that has all happened, and then it comes to us. So next slide. So just wanted to give you kind of a line of sight in terms of the volume of the proposals. So to give, here's a breakdown of proposals submitted by year. So for each approved proposal, they have all undergone the process shown on the previous slide. Every proposal submitted must go through the approval process within 1 year per statute. This typically means 9 to 10 months, as they need to be scheduled for the board meeting prior to the 1-year deadline. So in the last year, nearly 100 contracts have been processed to facilitate desk and site reviews. I want to offer a special thanks to our senior admin, Kira Rust, who prepares, submits, and collects signatures for all of these kinds of contracts for the division. These contracts are also processed and approved through our contracts, procurement, and finance divisions. So there are a lot of people at the agency contributing to make this work possible. We've included the withdrawn proposals in this graphic to emphasize the level of detailed review our staff do on these proposals. We are really not just rubber stamping these. As you can see, this is a pretty extensive process. We do work with our institutions and partner with them to make sure that they have the resources and capacity to launch these programs. The withdrawals typically are not a no, it's a potentially not right now. So depending on where they are in the process, there may be recommendations from the desk reviewer or site reviewer to improve or say, you know, these are some areas where you probably should consider putting more resources in before moving forward. And just for a point of clarification, the withdrawn, so you could submit a proposal in 2023 and it may not be reviewed to 2024, but the withdrawn date would still show 2023 since that's the date the proposal was submitted. Next slide. Okay, so I'm now just gonna give you the update, which I typically do, of kind of what has been approved and what is pending in the queue for us. Okay, so you can see we have a significant number of degree program requests. So we have 56. So the most frequent disciplines are in the health professions and public administration. In addition to that, we also have 185 new academic and certificate programs in the queue, as well as 112 distance education. And then you can see there various other revisions that we have, including new planning notifications, 34. So if an institution wants to start any kind of new program, they have to let us know ahead of time so that we can appropriately plan to do the reviews. And then you can see there the semester credit hour changes, 33. The certificates of authorization. So these are the institutions with coordinating board approved accreditation. So each institution, campus submits their application required by rule, and then the application includes the institution standing with the coordinating board, recognize the creditor, and then we do that review. And then the CIP code changes. So if an institution wants to change what that is, which is just the designation of that's used by the federal government to distinguish the various kinds of programs. If they want to do those changes, they have to submit that for us so that we can maintain our program inventory, which shows every single degree program that is offered by every institution in the state. Next slide. And then here are the items that are in the queue. So there are 51 new degree program requests, and most of these are in the health professions. And then you can see the other requests that we have. Again, distance education is the other most common at 26. So that is if they want to change or add different modalities. So if you're face-to-face and you want to go online or things like that, that's what those requests are. Next slide. That's it. Yeah. So that is my update on program approval.
Very good. I'm glad you recognized the team.
Yes, sir.
I'm familiar with the extensive hours and time, and that's probably in all the degree programs the most comprehensive but the most rigorous, as it should be.
Yeah.
So hats off and congratulations to the team for all the due diligence that goes into the background, because I see the institutions and hear from them as well. And it's good for the state to have the best programs and the best high quality. So thank you all for your team and the work that you do.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I have a question real quick. Sure. I see that the request has been for doctoral and professional degree requests has been doubled.
Yes.
The last couple of years. And you feel like the staff has enough resources to continue to, I think it will, probably next few years will be kind of like.
Yeah, it continues to be a struggle.
Because it's a 1 year deal, so 1 year deadline, so the staff will have to stress yourself to take care of all the.
Yeah, and that planning, so for the planning, that's helpful, so we can kind of see what's coming down the pipe, so we can accordingly plan. For now, we actually have a lot of proposals that are in similar disciplines, as you might imagine. So like there's a lot of healthcare ones. So like for the reviewers, we try to streamline that. So we typically have a list if you have really strong reviewers. So I think we have a couple of like healthcare DNPs. So we have a strong list of site reviewers who are familiar with our process, so we kind of circle back with those same folks when possible. So we're trying to just streamline as much as possible for us as well as the institutions, because I think I've mentioned before, like they had a PDF to fill out before, so that was one of the reasons why we're super excited about being able to provide some hopefully seamless submission of those program approval particularly for the doctoral and professional, because they're typically very long.
Other questions? Mr. Powers?
Yeah, thank you for the update. Do you have a chart that shows which institutions are submitting these programs?
I can get that to you.
So as the board knows, I get that weekly.
Yes.
It's long and it's
Yes.
very comprehensive and been reviewing that list for several years now. And it's quite impressive, but it's really up to the institution. Sometimes folks will come up to you as board members and say, oh, why don't we need a program? And like an example, a veterinary assistant program or something. Well, it's really up to the institutions to bring those programs to us, not us. But of course, we could recommend to institutions, but we wait to hear from them. But it's a comprehensive list and it takes years and to do all the due diligence. So that's why I said be familiar with the staff and on the work they're doing is fabulous. Other comments or questions?
I'd just like to add that I too have heard from some of our partner institutions that the coordinating board has made progress in feeling less burdensome from a bureaucratic process, but that there's still work to do.
Yes.
So do we have a good feedback mechanism from our institutions to hear about their experiences or to, I love this and just the continual improvement and taking advantage of what's available to us to make that continue to be streamlined on both sides.
So our institutions are not shy. As you all might imagine. We hear from them quite frequently and have actually tried to partner with them. When we do a new forum, we typically get feedback and get like what's breaking, what's not working, what can we do better. So that's something we continually do. I meet frequently with individual provosts. And occasionally we'll also meet with provosts from all of the institutions and give them an update in terms of where we are on forums. And as I said, they are not shy to share their thoughts. And I have really tried to ensure that we have an open door because we do want to make this process better because I was at a system and was on the other side of this. So I know how challenging it can be because we don't want to be a barrier to them submitting their material. So this is still like, we have work to do for sure, but I'm excited about the progress and the support, frankly, of people across the agency to make this a better process for our institutions.
Great. Other comments or questions? If not, we'll move on to agenda. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Agenda item 7D was approved on consent. Agenda item 7D is consideration and possible action to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of the state of Texas college student loan bonds and college student loan refunding bonds in one or more series and delegation of the authority for administering and approving the activities necessary to complete the sale of the private activity bonds. Mr. Anthony Infantini, Chief Financial Officer, Richard Donahue, partner with McCall, Parkhurst Important, Lee Donner, Senior Manager, Director of Hilltop Securities Incorporated, and Tim Webb, Senior Vice President with Hilltop Securities Incorporated, will present this item and be available for questions. Mr. Infantini.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the coordinating board manages the College Access Loan Program, or CAL. This program issues loans to students attending public or private nonprofit institutions in the state of Texas. To fund these loans, the agency sells tax-exempt private activity bonds that are authorized by the Texas Constitution and are backed by the full faith and credit of the state. The agency sells these bonds annually, typically around the summer, to fund loans for the following academic year. A bond resolution is necessary and requires approval by the board to delegate the authority to the commissioner and chief financial officer to execute the activities necessary to sell these bonds or refund prior year bonds. The resolution we're presenting to you today authorizes the issuance of up to $150 million of bonds for funding student loans for the 2025 to 26 academic year. This is less than the maximum amount that's allocated to THECD per statute, but greater than our recent loan demand or bond and last year's bond issuance to give us some flexibility to adjust this issuance size and based on the current demands for the upcoming academic year and any changes in market conditions that might develop. The resolution also authorizes the potential refunding of the callable bonds during the upcoming year. This includes the remaining bonds of the 2013B and 2014 bond periods, which are currently callable, as well as the remaining bonds in the 2015 bond periods, which will become callable in August of 2025. But as in the past, any refunding activities will only be pursued if sufficient savings can exist. I'm joined today by Richard Donahue, our bond counsel, as well as Lee Donner and Hilltop Securities, our financial advisors, to provide additional information and help answer any questions you may have. Mr. Donahue will provide some additional legal background and fill in any details regarding this bond resolution. And Mr. Donner and Mr. Witt are here to discuss market conditions and how the student loan program compares to other issuers.
Thank you, Anthony. For the record, I'm Richard Donahue, partner with the law firm of Call Parkers. It's my privilege to serve as bond counsel to the coordinating board for the last 13 years. This transaction before you, the action item is a resolution in substantially similar form to what we've adopted in the past. As Commissioner McKee noticed, it's just two purposes that are authorized here: the $150 million of refund of the new money bonds, and then there's the refunding purpose for any of your outstanding callable bonds. The delegation is good for up to 1 year. You're allowed to issue one or more series of bonds depending on the timing. Traditionally bring bonds to market for the new money purposes around June or July of each year. And if refundings would present themselves within that time frame, we could do them then or potentially earlier if the market were to allow us to have sufficient savings. Traditionally, the resolution authorizes bonds to be sold either by a competitive sale or negotiated sale. You traditionally sold at a competitive sale. That's what we anticipate doing again, but we like to build in the flexibility depending on what the market looks like at the time. So you have the ability to use the best method of sale at that time. These are general obligation bonds of the state of Texas. They are backed by the full faith and credit of the state of Texas. They were sold with that pledge, but the primary payment is the repayment of student loans. In the history of the program, you've never had to draw on that obligation pledge. It provides excellent security for your bond issues. I'd be happy to go into any more details or answer any more questions about the content of the resolution or the program. I think that Donner here, Hilltop Securities, can give you an overview of market and financial considerations as well.
Good morning, Lee Donner with Hilltop Securities in Webb, Patriot and Hilltop. We've been lucky to be your financial advisor since about 1999. We appreciate the opportunity to serve you. I want to give you just a brief background on coordinating board student loan program, so you kind of have a perspective on where it fits in the overall very large industry that is going up around student loan finance, student lending. You run one of the oldest programs in the country. It precedes the Higher Education Act of 1965. You passed legislation and started a student loan program before the Higher Education Act came into existence. Your program is unique in one particular respect. You are the only state GO-funded student loan program in the country, the only one. Alaska got within one vote in the Senate here a few years back of getting GO authority to back their student loan debt, but didn't pass. You've always backed your student loan program with the general obligation debt. And as Richard pointed out, it's never cost the state a dime. The program's been very well run, and the program's excess earnings over liabilities has been sufficient to cover defaults and program expenses from the very inception of the program. So when you go to market, you're special. You're the only GO student loan bond out there, and as a result, you're the only student loan issuer that issues its debt on a competitive bid basis. All other student loan bonds are financed with what would be called a student loan revenue bond. The security for the bond and the source of repayment is the loans made with the bond funds. That's it. That's the only security. And so those deals don't have the kind of investor appeal your bond issue does. To give you a little perspective on that, when you sold bonds, and you have this, I think in your agenda package, your true interest cost on the issue you did in July was 4.205%. That was very, look very good compared to other student loan issuers. Tim can give you a general sense of what some of the other issuers out there got.
Yeah, for the record, Tim Webb, Hilltop. Roughly the same period of time, New Jersey, another big program, they issue anywhere between $200 to $300 million per year for their program. They came in at a 451. Connecticut is a quasi-state agency. They issue a much smaller percentage of bonds, but they were at a 433. And then just recently, New Hampshire priced some bonds and they were higher than the coordinating board as well. I think it's interesting to note that, you know, with regard to the student loan asset itself, it's not like a home mortgage. It doesn't have a standard repayment like most people see and have long histories. So as a result, it's a complex asset to model. And the GO pledge takes that out of the picture. The rating agencies don't even look at the underlying assets per se. They're looking to the GO pledge of the state.
The other advantage that gives your program is you're able to offer interest rates that generally beat what other states are offering or what the federal government is offering. You're providing a lower cost loan to your borrowers than other people that are trying to lend to those borrowers.
And to that point, this year you were able to offer the loan that was actually below 23 basis points below what the federal Stafford loan was. So they're getting a private loan, credit-based loan that was below the Stafford loan, which is very attractive. And based on the term of these loans that you offer, you are the lowest rate in the country. You will see lower rates out there for certain loan products. It could be a 10-year loan, immediate replay, principal and interest immediate. They may see a little bit lower rate, but with what you offer, you are the most attractive rate.
So with that as background for this resolution, was there a question? For the resolution, as Richard mentioned, you've got two authorizations here, one for your new money. Anthony mentioned new money for your 25-26 academic year. And then you have two issues right now, 2013B, 2014, it could be refunded at any time. And 2015 comes within the 90-day window prior to the call date on May 1. So you've got two things in play, possible refunding for savings and new money. Market conditions right now, you've been paying attention, the last couple of days haven't been too good. Investors are getting nervous about the outcome of the election. The geopolitical situation is causing uncertainty. So at the moment, investors are kind of nervous. But you're most likely not going to be going into the market until sometime next year. Who knows what it will be by then. The refundings will be driven by a decision around, are the savings adequate? And you're going to be trying to target somewhere between 2 and 3% net present value savings. With the market having gone south here over the last couple of days, you're not there. You're not in that 2 to 3% range right now. But if rates settle down after the election, the first of the year, you could go into territory fairly early in 2025 where you want to go to market and capture those savings. Last comment on the market. When you come to market in student loan land, investors show up. Even in bad markets, you have 7, 8 big institutional buyers, underwriters that come in and bid aggressively for your debt. And it goes back to that unique characteristic. You're a state GO with all the AAA ratings. Be happy to answer any questions.
I have a quick
question. So you're asking for either consider selling their competitive process or marketing process. What criteria do you use to, if you have that much appetite, why would you?
Well, in 99% of the time, that's what you end up doing. I will say that back in the Great Recession, there was a lot of market uncertainty, and then the board did 1 or 2 negotiated transactions. So it's just built in there purely for flexibility and for unforeseen circumstances. But we would be very surprised if we end up going that route. It would be on advice of Hilltop, your financial advisor, Mr. Hampton, because consultation with the team to see what the market looks like at the time, but it would have to be a tumultuous market, so we don't.
The only time you've ever done negotiated financing was immediately after the financial crisis. That's been the only time. Other than that, you've gone competitive every time.
So, the refunding bonds are at an average of 3% coupon, so why would we consider refinancing them, refunding them now if interest rates are 4%?
You can achieve net present value savings even at higher coupons than those bonds carry, because you can sell fewer bonds than are outstanding to pay off a larger balance. The result is positive net present value savings. Just as one example, even right now with rates having backed up, the 2014 bonds, if you had done them yesterday, you could have achieved $1.6 million in net present value savings if you'd taken those bonds out yesterday. The problem is that's only 1%, 1.6% net present value savings, and your general standard is 2 to 3.
And so are we just considering to pursue this for now? We're not approving the resale of the refunded bond. To me, it doesn't make sense if pay off low interest rate bonds early.
Right, you're just approving the authority to do that if conditions change and make it favorable, but not direction to do it now.
And approving this authority, what's the cost to us to pursue this possible refunding? Is there a cost?
You would have costs of issuance and underwriter's discount, but the standard you've always used is you've got to net above that net of all costs, a 2 to 3% net present value savings. That's been your standard. Short of that, you don't do it. That's how you've operated in the past.
And those costs are only incurred if you actually go forward with the refunding issue. Just looking at them is not going to bring you it's not going to incur those costs. We have gotten very close. We've done paperwork to try to have the refundings ready to go. We've got to take them to the bond review board just in case they've been there the last couple of years. They have not been there, but there's no additional costs to get them to that point. That the costs are incurred once the bond and price is closed.
All right. Seems like if interest rates hopefully likely will go down, then it's better to wait. Maybe have a good net present value savings waiting.
Yeah, but that's generally what makes the most sense. We'd like to get the authorization now, subject to act as the staff of pulling the trigger and deciding that it's financially advantageous to do so. But as you
and when do those bonds mature?
there would be no extension of the maturity of the refunding bonds, the bonds we issue to take the bonds out. We would actually probably shorten the maturity based on the requirement for tax law. So.
Comments or questions? So, Mr. Donahue, you've been here a while, and I've been here a while. So, how does this compare over time? I mean, obviously, Mr. Donner gave an example back in 2014. So, compared to obviously with the other state, obviously, it's hard to compare because we are the standard. Obviously, we're fortunate to be in that position. But you've been with us for quite a few years, and depending on the markets, how do you see our position now compared to what we've done and looking back?
From my perspective, on the legal side, you're an extremely stable organization. This is the GEO pledge just sets you up for success. Your bonds are always in demands. You generally provide a blanket authorization. You've been fortunate. You've got very good, experienced staff members who know when to pull the trigger and go through the process of state approval. So it's a very steady program that is, from my perspective, I don't see anything substantially out of the ordinary.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? If not, do I have a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of state of Texas college student loan bonds and college student loan refunding bonds in one or more series and delegation of the authority for administrating and approving the activities necessary to complete the sale of private activity bonds?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Hawk. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Mr. Nevadas. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to, item 7F is an update on the Star Award program. Kruger, Senior Policy Director, will present this item and be available for questions. Mr. Kruger.
So, good morning. My name is Carl Kruger, Senior Policy Director with the Academic and Health Affairs Unit. And I'm here to give you the update about the Star Awards. This year's Star Award Review Committee, which was comprised of 13 remaining board staff members from across the entire agency, has identified 5 finalists for this year's awards. This decision came after a statewide call for nominations and a thorough review of the 36 submitted applications using a standardized rubric. The recipients of this year's award not only represent diverse geographical areas across the state, but each of their initiatives align closely with the agency's Building a Talent Strong Texas priorities, including career and college advising, transfer, digital learning, financial aid, and workforce development. Before I announce the recipients, I do want to thank all of the applicants and applaud their efforts for the many innovative and successful efforts that they're undertaking throughout the state that are making a positive impact on higher education in Texas.
Yeah, Mr. Kruger, for those new board members and for those watching online, institutions and all over the world, can you tell us a little bit about the Star Awards, the history, and also to the impact that it has? Obviously, we present them at the Higher Edge Conference in December, but just for those that are not familiar with Star Awards.
Yeah, Star Awards, and forgive me, I cannot remember the exact year they started, but
6 years.
It might,
Longer than that?
I think it's been longer than that. However, for let's say like the last decade, we at the coordinating board have honored certain institutions of higher education for programs or initiatives they've undertaken that we feel need to be highlighted, their efforts honored for kind of going above and beyond other institutions in terms of, innovative programs, practices, and the impact on, students and student outcomes. For the past few years, at least since I've been with the coordinating board, we've tried to tie it to the Building a Talent Strong Texas priorities. And each year that I've been involved with this, we've actually sort of tried to refine the process to make it more evidence-based, data-driven. That's where the standardized rubric came from that I was referring to that helps us and the review committee determine which institutions are more worthy of being highlighted this year. This is one of the first years we've actually sort of chosen some of the specific, broken out some of the specific pieces of the Talent Strong Texas, such as transfer, workforce development, and things like that. And as the commissioner noted, we will honor them at the reception on December 12th, I believe, of the Texas Higher Edge Conference. But if that's, I don't, did you have any questions about the history of it? I should remember when it started.
Yeah, we're excited. We're celebrating the 21st year of Star Awards this year, so 21 years.
Great.
Well, after that, without further ado, and get out for a rigorous evaluation, pull up the slide. I'm happy to announce the 2024 Star Award recipients are, slide, Laredo College for their Laredo Cares program, which uses innovative workforce development approaches to upskilling displaced workers and helping students earn credentials in high demand fields. A partnership between Glenn College and the Texas A&M University system for their RELIS Academic Alliance, which streamlines the transfer experience for students. Odessa College for their OC Cares program, which addresses affordability and accessibility through a number of coordinated financial aid initiatives. The University of Texas at San Antonio for their online bachelor's degree programs and associated digital learning efforts, and Grayson College for their DMC Career Center, which provides a supportive and personalized college and career advising pursuing educational and career pathways. I want to thank everyone who was part of the Star Wars Review Committee for their time, their effort, their dedication. We had many more applications this year than the previous years, and they were able to use their expertise to identify this year's recipients on an extremely short timeline. And finally, thank you, Chairman and board members, for your guidance and support throughout this entire process. We, again, are excited to recognize the Star Award recipients at the Texas Higher Ed Conference in December, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Kruger?
What was the UTSA program?
It's an online bachelor's degree program. It doesn't have a name like some of the other ones, but it's one of the digital learning efforts that we are on.
I'd like to congratulate all the recipients. Again, at the Texas Edge in December at our higher ed conference in Austin, AT&T Conference Center on December 12th, 13th, those 2 days. So thank you to you and your team. I did have, Lizette was great to send me the information. I read the applications. Thank you for the team that have reviewed. It takes a lot of time and effort to all the institutions, and for those that haven't applied for the future to definitely apply. It's a big honor, and we have nice presentations and plaques and awards for those who we're recognizing at the reception. So thank you, Mr. Kruger. Thank you to your team and all the institutions that apply.
Thank you.
That's great. Let's move on to agenda item 7G, consideration possible action on the performance evaluations of the general counsel and internal auditor, and agenda item 7H, discussion and possible action on the hiring of the next commissioner of higher education, that will be heard later on in the meeting when the board will conduct an executive session. Agenda item 8, matters relating to the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Educational Analytics, chaired by Javed Anwar. Mr. Anwar.
Good morning. Thank you for joining for matters relating to the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Education. Agenda 8B was approved on consent. Agenda item 8C is consideration of possible action to delegate to the interim commissioner authority to finalize the report to the legislature on Senate Bill 17 Biennial Study, Texas Education Code, Section 51.13525J. Members, Dr. David Tournament, Commissioner on Keystone, are finalizing the data for this report. The item will delegate the authority to the Commissioner to finalize the report and provide a copy to the board member and legislature by December 1 deadline. Dr. Tournament, Deputy Commissioner for Academic, is available to answer any question regarding this report. Nadia. Remember, are there any questions? Could have said no before you came.
Well, That's the reason I'm president.
Okay, we can start. There's no other question. Second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Easiest thing ever.
Agenda item 8 is consideration of possible action to adopt the recommendation relating to the higher education fund study required by Texas Education Code Section 62.022. Ms. Emily Formier, Assistant Commissioner for Funding, will present this item and be available to any questions. Members, are there any questions?
I'm happy to, I have a few prepared remarks.
Okay.
Emily Cormier, Assistant Commissioner for Funding. I know we had an in-depth presentation yesterday on this topic, so I'll be very brief. I'm bringing forward the recommendations for the Higher Education Fund, or HEAP, for the upcoming 10-year review cycle. The HEAP is a fund authorized by the Constitution to provide state funding to certain institutions of higher education for capital projects. These are institutions who are not eligible for support from the available university fund. And so the next Texas legislature, when they meet, will be required to review both the funding level and the allocation methodology for the distribution of these dollars to the institutions. This happens every 10 years as required by the Constitution. So in preparation for this review, the planning board is required to complete a study to provide recommendations for consideration, which is what we brought forward to you. And so just a quick recap, the study group has brought forward the following recommendations: to increase the annual HEAP allocation from $393 million to $787 million. And this is based on the increased inflation seen over the last 10 years, which was the last time the amount of funding was reviewed, and then projected forward for the next 5 years, so the midpoint of the next 10-year cycle. And then also looking at enrollment growth and students served during that time period. There was also a recommendation to update the formula methodology. So the formula would now be done through first a new supplement for smaller institutions, predominantly the rural institutions in the state, to account for economies of scale. And then after that, 50% of the funds would be based on your institutional complexity, and the remaining 25% on your actual space, your square footage of the institutions, and then the rest on your space deficit. So the comparison between your actual space and what the coordinating board predicts you would need for space based on your students. So that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Is there any questions? If not, member, I need a motion and a second, please.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye, please. Aye. Any nays? If not, the motion is passed. We move on to agenda item B to BG were approved on the consent calendar. Agenda item AG2, consideration of possible action to adopt the board rules, chapter 13, subchapter G, section 13.122 concerning tuition and fees. Dr. Charles Control, Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid, will present this item and be available to any question.
As a reminder of our discussion yesterday, this rule does two things. One, it transplants from a different chapter the methodology that we use to calculate tuition rate for students who are not Texas residents. And then it also, the second thing it does is prescribes the revised administration of the alternate non-resident tuition rates, which was developed based on our negotiated rulemaking process. I'm happy to answer any questions or highlight things that you might need more information on.
Got a comment, question, I guess. How did they come up with 100 miles?
The 100-mile actually comes directly from statute. So you can call your legislature on that one.
Members, any more questions? If not, I need a motion and a second, please. I will. Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? If not, the motion passes. Agenda item 8G3 is consideration of possible action to adopt proposed amendment to board rule chapter 13, chapter M, section 13.302-13.305 concerning total research expenditure. Remember, you have supplement material for this. Emily Poirier will be present this item and available for any question.
Sure, I'll be covering the updates to our chapter 13M rules. This governs how we capture data on research expenditures from our institutions, which is important as it's used in formula funding allocation, as well as tracking our town's strong Texas goals toward federal and private investment in the state. So the purpose of this rulemaking was to provide guidance for those institutions in the state that are both a combined general academic institution and health-related institutions, such as UT Austin and Dell Medical School. And so basically in Texas, we fund general academics and health-related differently. The legislature chooses to provide different state funding formulas for these two different sectors. And so to make sure we have the data correctly accounted for and provided to the legislature for use in this, we provide instructions on how they report to make sure there's no double counting and there's consistency across the institutions. So this rule provides clarification on how research expenditures are allocated. And then the rule also removes the reporting of certain unrecovered indirect cost reporting and makes improvements to clarity and non-substantive edits to clean up the language in the rule. We did use a negotiated rulemaking to develop these rules and had one comment for clarification, which was made in your supplemental materials. That concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Members, is there any questions? If not, I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second. Do all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 8G4 to 8G10 were approved in the consent calendar. Item G11, consideration of possible action to adopt a new board rule, chapter 17, subchapter G, section 17.200 concerning Texas State Technical College system acquisition of land and facility. Emily Cormier will be presenting this item available for any question.
This is a new section in our chapter 17 rules pertaining to the land and facilities at the Texas State Technical College or TSTC system. The statute requires coordinating board approval for the TSTCs to accept or purchase land or facilities that exceed $300,000 in combined value. This differs from other facility-related projects at other institutions for which an institution's board of regents has the authority to accept or approve the purchase. So the rule requires the institution to submit the project for consideration and lays out the standards by which the planning board would assess the project, which aligns with the same standards with for which other boards of regents are required to review the projects of their systems. So there were no public comments received, and that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Is there any question, members? If not, I need a motion and a second, please.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 8G through 8G12 through 8G15 were approved in the consent calendar. Agenda item 8G16 is consideration and possible action to adopt a new board rule, chapter 22, subchapter Q, section 22.342 concerning the Texas Be on Time loan program. Members, you have supplemental material for this item. Dr. Charles Cantero, Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Program, will present this item and be available for any question.
Thank you very much. As a reminder from our discussion yesterday, this rule is the statutory requirement for us to, for the board to establish a rule to disperse the remaining tuition set-asides that are still sitting in the Beyond Time student loan account. That account has been abolished, and at this point, we need to distribute the money back to the institutions. Basically, the distribution will be proportional based on the amount of unused set-asides that each institution had. In your supplemental materials, we have added an additional subsection regarding reporting of how the institutions utilize this funding, because the institutions are required to dedicate this funding only to support efforts to increase the number of at-risk students who graduate from the institution, or to increase the rate at which at-risk students graduate. And so in the additional subsection, it allows for the collection of a report on the amount that institutions have spent and how they have spent it in a manner provided by the commissioner. Happy to answer any questions you might have about the supplemental materials.
Any questions? Number, is there a motion to adopt the new board rules, chapter 22, subchapter Q, section 22.342 concerning the Texas B on-time loan program as amended in the agreement material for this item? Do I have a motion and a second, please? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? If not, motion passes. Agenda item 8G 17 to 8G 20 were approved on the consent calendar. Agenda item G23 is consideration of possible action to adopt the proposed amendment to the board rules, chapter 23, subchapter D, section 23.93, 23.94, 23.96, 23.97, and 23.00. New sections 23.101 and 23.102 concerning the mental health profession loan repayment assistance program. Dr. Charles Quintero will be present and be available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Again, as a reminder, the mental health professionals program did have some statutory changes to expand the eligible mental health providers that occurred during this last legislative session. And we also brought it forward as emblematic of the need of our rule revision efforts, which led to another main section of the chair's listing of all of the different changes that were made on the consent calendar, but really trying to make sure that our rules offer clear guidance on how we administer the program efficiently and mitigate the need to make judgment calls due to ambiguity. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about the program.
Members, there's a motion, there's any questions? If not, remember there's a motion to adopt proposed amendment to board rules, chapter 23, subchapter D, section 23.93, 23.94, 23.96, 23.97, and 23.100. And new sections 23.101, 102 concerning the mental health provision loan program, loan repayment assistance program. Do I have a motion in a second, please?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item to 8G24 to 8G27 was on the approved cabinet. Approved on consent. This concludes the portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Anwar. The next agenda item is lunch. We'll now recess for lunch, and then we will reconvene in 30 minutes. No business will be discussed during the lunch. The time now is 11:38, and we will reconvene at, no, and then we'll convene in 30 minutes, which would be right about 12:05. Thank you.
Do we take a lunch break?
First of all, we're going to postpone item 10 until after item 11. We will take up item 11, A through F, and then we're going to return back to items 7, G, and H in executive session, and then take up item 10, A, O, through O after that. Okay, we are ready to take up item 11, which is agency and operations.
You have a quorum.
We have a quorum.
We need Mr. Wilson.
So I just made a stop.
You
So there you go.
I don't have to.
We should have this.
He just was stopped, he just stopped by the restroom. Okay?
That's right. Clever.
All right. Good afternoon. During the Agency Operations Committee meeting yesterday, the committee approved the minutes from the July 24th committee meeting, the report on grants and contracts, and the repeal of Board Rule Chapter 1, Subchapter A, Section 1.114, concerning negotiated rulemaking. The committee also received updates on the agency preparations for the 89th Texas legislative session. The agency cybersecurity framework heard in executive session. The internal audit and state and federal compliance monitoring reports and activities. And a review of the fiscal year 2024 financial report. Agenda items 11.B through 11.F were approved on the consent calendar. This concludes the Agency Operations Committee part of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clever. We will now take up item. Now return to items 7. G. And 7G and 7H. For these two agenda items, the board will meet in closed session. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 and/or 551.071, the board will meet in closed session to discuss possible action on A, the performance, evaluation of the general counsel and internal auditor, and B, the hiring of the next commissioner of higher education. The board will take any action on these two agenda items when we return to open session. No other business of the board will be discussed before we reconvene in open session. Time now is 12:10 p.m. Members, we will now move to room 2.006 for the closed session. Thank you. Right. PM, and the board will can reconvene. And that concluded the executive session, no action was taken. Okay.
I would like to make a motion to approve the evaluations of the general counsel and internal auditor and commissioner and delegate to the chair the authority to finalize and sign the evaluation and any salary adjustments in accordance with the board's discussion.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Yes, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we will now return to agenda item on the bond committee. That will be Ms. Emma Washington.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
During the Committee on Academic Workforce and Success meeting yesterday, the committee approved the following items. Minutes from the July 24th meeting. Receipt of the FY 25 Carl E. Perkins Community and Technical Colleges Consolidated Grant mid-year reallocation funds. An increase to the contract amount for the Texas Success Initiative assessment. 5 reports, 2 new degree programs, and updates to board rules chapters 1, 2, 10, 12, and 22. Agenda item 10B is consideration and possible action to adopt the Community College Transfer Student Report, General Appropriations Act, House Bill 1, Article 3, Section 45, Special Provisions, 88th Technical Legislature Regular Session. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner of Academic and Health Affairs, will present this item and be available to answer questions.
Hello, good afternoon. So yesterday I provided an overview of this report and I wanted to let you know regarding a question about costs that you asked yesterday. Our division of DMR, I talked to Dr. Humphreys and we're actually gonna get that information to you at a later date that they needed just some more time to analyze that, but we will be working on that and getting that to you shortly. So as I mentioned yesterday, this report is required by the General Appropriations Act, House Bill Article 3, Section 45, Special Provisions. And it directs public universities to submit an annual report to the coordinating board that details institutional efforts to increase the number of success and persistence of community colleges. The report is to be delivered to the Governor, House Appropriations Committee, Senate Finance, and Legislative Budget Board by November 1st. And I went over the details of the report yesterday and am happy to answer any.
Do we have any questions? If not, I have a motion to adopt the Community College Transfer Student Report, General Appropriations Act, House Bill 1, Article 3, Section 45, Special Provisions, 88th Texas Legislature Regular Session.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Agenda items 10C through 10K were approved on consent. Agenda items 10L is consideration and possible action to approve the receipt of fiscal year 2025 Carl E. Perkins Community and Technical Colleges Consolidated Grant mid-year reallocation funds not to exceed $10.5 million. Hello. Dr. Tina Jackson, Assistant Commissioner for Workforce Education, will present this item and be available to answer questions.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Hello, Chair and members. The coordinating board staff requested the board approve receipt of the fiscal year 2025 Carl E. Perkins Career and Technical Education Consolidated Grant mid-year reallocation funds not to exceed $10.5 million to support post-secondary career and technical education programs and assist eligible students in technical programs. The Texas Education Agency is the state's designated eligible entity to receive the state's annual federal allocations. This year, the mid-year reallocation adds to the basic awards to further supplement colleges' support of career and technical education programs and eligible students. On behalf of the consolidated grants, we also are able to take this mid-year reallocation and help to supplement all of the unexpended funds. And so, once again, I know I talked about this yesterday, but really glad to be here, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? If not, I have a motion to approve receipt of the fiscal year 2025 Carl D. Perkins Community and Technical Colleges Consolidated Grant Mid-Year Reallocation Funds not to exceed $10.5 million. Motion by Mr. Nevadas, second by Ms. Monkey. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 10M was approved on consent. Agenda item 10N 1 and 2 are the proposed degree programs. Agenda item 10N1 is consideration of possible action to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Nursing practice. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs, will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Teresa Garcia, Associate Professor and Chair of St. David's School of Nursing, and Dr. Jesus Jimenez, Professor and Director of the School of Engineering, are also available for questions.
All right. Texas State University is seeking approval to offer the Doctor of Nursing Practice, or DNP program, that would begin in the summer of 2025. The postmaster's program is designed for advanced practice registered nurses seeking career advancement opportunities through doctoral education. The School of Nursing will seek accreditation for the DNP program from the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education. And that concludes my update on this.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present regarding Texas State's new doctoral programs. The DNP, or the Doctor in Nursing Practice program, was developed in support of Texas State's strategic vision to meet the workforce and research needs of Texas's economy. The size of our economy, as you're all very well aware, is very large. It rivals that of many nations, and it's a growing economy. A second reason also for developing these doctoral programs is Texas State's aspiration to achieve Carnegie R1 classification. We are currently classified as R2. The key metrics that determines the R1 classification are the research expenditure, annual research expenditure, which a minimum threshold is 50 million, and the number of doctoral graduates per annum, which again, minimum threshold is 70. The first metric we have surpassed by a wide margin over the last few years. For example, FY24, we were at 160 million. We recently reached, overcame the 70 graduates. We were at 71. However, to sustain this threshold and consistently exceed it, we need additional doctoral programs. And so this program is a bit in the direction. Additionally, before we decide to offer a doctoral program, we go through a very deliberate process in which we probe the following. We ask ourselves, is there a market need? Is there a demonstrated student demand? Do we have outstanding faculty as demonstrated in their scholarly and creative output? Do we have research infrastructure and enterprise? And do we have outstanding teaching and laboratory facilities? Essentially, we are asking ourselves if the program proposed is a natural and organic growth outcome for Texas State. So our analysis basically confirmed that that is certainly the case. But in addition, the Higher Education Coordinating Board commissioned an external review, which included a desk review and a site visit, and concluded that the program proposal was sound and that it had the potential to achieve national eminence in a few years. I just wish to mention that for the DNP program, we had a 3-member review comprised of faculty members from some outstanding institutions that included University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, Vanderbilt University, and Kent State University. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Garcia. I am the director of the St. David School of Nursing at Texas State University. I'm happy to be here to talk to you today about our proposed program. We all have healthcare needs personally and for our families. As we grow older, which we inevitably do, often those needs grow and they become more complex. The Doctor of Nursing Practice program at Texas State University School of Nursing will take experienced nurse practitioners and nurse executives and provide them with advanced education where they will gain additional knowledge in informatics, genetics, healthcare, finance, healthcare policy, and many other essential topics to identifying and solving, as well as implementing change to address contemporary healthcare needs. These nurses will become experts in identifying patient care problems and developing evidence-based systems-level solutions. They will be positioned to work with our healthcare providers at the bedside because that's where they are. That's what the DNP is about, keeping nurses in the hospital, in healthcare settings, as well as keeping them at the boardroom table. So they will be able to identify these specific unit level problems and to design and implement effective and cost-efficient processes at the administrative level that result in high quality patient outcomes and improved institutional operations. In addition, these terminally degreed nurses will add to the nursing academic faculty. Those workforce numbers are low, and these are currently probably the greatest deterrent to decreasing the current state and nationwide nursing shortage, which is the lack of faculty. DNP nurses are motivational educators because most of them are currently practicing and they're able to provide students with rich experiences and create that passion and excitement that every good nurse needs to hear about. Our DNP nurses are also have been proven to be strong advocates of healthcare policy. They lead nursing organizations and they lobby for and promote health-related legislation. Overall, the addition of more DNP nurses in Texas will result in higher quality of care, increases in the nurse workforce, and greater advocacy for informed solutions to healthcare issues faced by our state and our nation.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your journey with R1. Do you have any questions?
I want to ask, is the student in this program, do they involve in research as well?
So the students in this program are learning to identify the best research evidence that's out there. They are not educated to conduct research, they're educated to apply it and to implement it at the population, for the specific population and for the specific facility. So we often call them our translators of research into practical uses in the facility.
How about the faculty? Faculty, they teaching and but they involve in research, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, faculty are also teaching. Many of them work on research projects with PhD prepared researchers as well. The collaborations are huge. That's one of the things that I love to focus on is the DNP PhD collaboration. The DNPs bring us the questions, the PhDs work on providing and generating that evidence to be then applied by the DNPs.
And bringing the research out.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have a motion to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Nursing practice.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Cutler, Dr. Wong, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Agenda item 10 and 2. is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Texas State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Electrical Engineering. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Teresa Durr.
No.
Nope.
Dr. Jimenez.
Dr. So a little confusion. Dr. Jesus Jimenez is available to answer questions.
Okay, Texas State University is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree or PhD in electrical engineering that would begin in the fall of 2025. The proposed program would be innovative by integrating integrating technological mastery, leadership, creativity, effective communication, and entrepreneurship to prepare graduates for diverse professional landscapes. The program would be offered face-to-face to students in San Marcos.
Good afternoon. I apologize, I did not introduce myself the last time. My name is Vedaraman Sriraman. I'm Senior Vice Provost at Texas State University. I'll keep my remarks very brief this time. Much of what I said earlier on doctoral program applies to PhD in electrical engineering as well. The key point I wish to make is electrical engineering is a very broad discipline. There are multiple specializations. We were very careful in the kind of specializations we chose, making sure that they made sense to the economy of Texas. So our concentrations are in the areas of machine learning and AI, in microelectronics and nanotechnology, and in smart energy and power. Like the DMP program, the PhD in electrical engineering also went through an external review. We had some outstanding faculty from some of the best engineering schools in the nation, to include the University of Wisconsin at Madison, Georgia Tech, and Vanderbilt University, and received a good review. I should mention both of these doctoral programs also have very strong community support, whether they are the businesses and industries in the state of Texas. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Jimenez. I'm the school director, interim school engineering director, and this is my third time here, so I appreciate all the support we have received. We have previously presented the civil engineering PhD program, the mechanical manufacturing engineering PhD program. We have had the pleasure of implementing the original program and we're seeing huge benefits already for our students. And today I'm here to present the electrical engineering program. And I'd like to highlight 4 points. The first point is we have a very unique curriculum, as Dr. Sherman just mentioned. It integrates not only the technical aspects of electrical engineering, the practical applications of it, but also entrepreneurship and commercialization components, which was very highly praised by our reviewers. And it also focuses on bringing disruptive technologies. AI is one at the core of it. We also have other technologies like Internet of Things, advanced wireless, and they are applied to key areas like semiconductor manufacturing, networks and communications, advanced computing, and power engineering. These are problems that are highly important in our state. The second point I want to make is that the demand for electrical engineers is quite high. Texas Workforce Commission has highlighted that the growth will be about 20% for the next 10 years. I think this growth is even more because we have now the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Texas CHIPS Act. So we will see accelerated growth of electrical engineers and the need for electrical engineers in the state. The third point I'd like to highlight is Texas State University's investment on resources. It has been not only an investment done in recent years, but it's quite a decade that the university has invested in engineering. We have invested in facilities, bringing outstanding faculty, giving startup packages to faculty to do research. And that's very important for the faculty who are very eager to work with the students and delivering engineering education, a hands-on approach to our student education. Then third point is that the proposal has received strong support from the industry. Our industry advisory boards have provided level support in including Intel, AMD, NXP, Semiconductors, Samsung, Aspen Semiconductors, LCRA, ERCOT, Copper Renewables, the Southwest Research Institute, and Genetics. These are some of the companies which have strongly supported our program. And lastly, I just want to thank you again for all the support we have received from you and considering this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
I have a comment. Thank you. I had the opportunity and privilege to speak to your Board of Regents 2 months ago and visit your engineering school and tour it with Dr. Grafenhaus, your president. I was very impressed with the great work and the students who work there in your engineering department in San Marcos of Texas State University. It's great that you're bringing programs like this for doctoral programs for students at Texas State. So yeah, thank you for doing this.
I have a question to you. I'm really excited to see you guys coming up with a kind of like a more new kind of PhD program compared to the traditional WE PhD program. But do those students, when they graduate, do they need to complete a dissertation or things like that? So
yes, this is a dissertation based. They will be able to work with faculty on research. So yes.
And the research, actually, the direction is very diverse. Basically, you can get into system, get into data science, get into not the traditional electrical engineering. So the faculty is really well versed in terms of all this research area.
Yes, we have this core faculty already in our in our faculty. They do research in these areas, computer engineering, semiconductor manufacturing devices, networks and communications.
Are they all in the engineering department, or some of them coming from the computer science?
Well, we have one unique program that is computer engineering. It has a collaboration with computer science to deliver that program. But we have faculty that have computer engineering background in the school of engineering as well.
And I'm happy to see that's coming together in terms of facing the new challenge of those industries. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any questions?
I just make one comment. I think it's really critical that you work with your advisors, the companies associated with, hopefully with Samsung, with all the jobs that you're going to bring into the state from the CHIPS Act. A lot of the other guys are not going to have the same kind of increased employment as they will. So I would encourage you to be sure that you work with those who are going to be leading the way with jobs. And I think Samsung with the number of jobs will be doing here in Taylor will be a really, really important partner. So if you can pay close attention to the companies that will be having that night. Don't repeat that to the NXP guys, since I just had got NXP a couple of years ago. But I think that you really should think about the focus of what those opportunities are going to be doing and give them a special hearing, if you will, relative to the requirements.
Thank you for your comment. Actually, we have a history of being very collaborative with industry. We bring them on campus twice a year. We have Industry Advisory Board Day, which actually coincides with the Senior Design Day for undergraduate students. So in the morning, we with industry representatives talk about the school issues and curriculum issues, and they're very kind enough to stay over in the afternoon to see the projects presentations, and it becomes a very dynamic day, and we're often very hearing a lot of good feedback, like all these feedback was provided thanks to those meetings. So, and we work strategically with partners, not only in Austin, but also San Antonio and in San Marcos area, make sure we have a good representation of industries.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I have a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I think I'm excited.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Agenda item 10.01 through 9 are the proposed rules. Agenda items 10.01 1 and 2 were approved on consent. Agenda item 10.3 3 is consideration of possible action to adopt new board rules, chapter 2, subchapter O, sections 2.350 to 2.358, concerning the approval process and required reporting for self-supporting degree programs. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and is given to answer questions.
All right, so yesterday I provided some detailed information about this rule, so just as a reminder, so these rules are related to the overall program approval review process that we've been updating since October 2022. With these rules specifically, we want to make sure that we're continuing to provide transparency to the institutions for program approval. So these are related to the self-supporting degree program. So the degree program funding models, which are mechanisms by which an institution acquires funding to support a new or existing academic degree program. So historically, as I mentioned yesterday, the self-supporting courses and programs, those rules were integrated into the distance education rules. This is no longer makes sense given that many self-supporting programs are actually being offered at institutions and not necessarily being offered through a distance. So this rule creates a new subchapter dedicated specifically to the self-supporting programs regardless of modality and location. And just provides specificity if you want to ensure that regardless of the funding model that they're going to be offering high quality programs. And now there's also a reporting mechanism for this. So next, we're going to remarks. Please roll.
Do we have any questions on that? Okay, can I have a motion to adopt new board rules, chapter 2, subchapter O, sections 2.350 to 2.358, concerning the approval process and required reporting for self-supporting degree programs? Can I have a motion? Second? We have 3 seconds. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Agenda item 10.04 through 7 were approved on consent. Agenda item 10.08 is considered consideration of possible action to adopt proposed amendments and new sections to board rules. Chapter 12, subchapter A, sections 12.3, 12.5, 12.7, 12.8, and 12.10 through 12.12 concerning the Opportunity High School Diploma program. The lead writer, Associate Commissioner for Workforce Education, will present this item and be with you. Questions?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let's make this a little bit shorter today because I gave you a lot of detail yesterday. Lead Rector, Associate Commissioner for Workforce Education. One thing I will put forward once again, because we've got at least our Vice Chair who was not present yesterday, is one of the reasons for this program, the Opportunity High School Diploma program, that over 3 million Texans do not have a high school. And so the impetus of this program really is to provide a pathway for individuals to get that high school diploma and decrease that in the So as a reminder, competency-based program, adult age 18 years and older who do not have a high school diploma and who are concurrently enrolled in the workforce education program. There are proposed amendments and new sections that were mentioned. These include definitions, the programs that are available for concurrent enrollment, reporting requirements, program application process, assessments, review and revisions, revocation guidelines, and I noted yesterday that subsequent to posting in the Texas Register that a couple of amendments were incorporated into the rules that you're considering today. Those being 2 sections were updated to reflect the change in the URL where the instructional outcomes are detailed, and the assessment figure was updated due to technical corrections. And when these were posted for public comment, we received none.
Okay, we have no questions. Can I have a motion to adopt proposed amendments and new sections to board rules, chapter 12, subchapter A, sections 12.3, 12.5, 12.7, 12.8, and 12.10 to 12.12 concerning the Opportunity High School Diploma program. Do I have a motion? Summer, do I have a second?
Second.
And Gladys. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Any opposed? Say no. Agenda 1009 is consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, chapter 22, subchapter O, section 22.301 and 22.3 concerning the Texas State Leadership Research Scholars Program. This is Dr. Janelle Strother, Assistant Commissioner for Student Success, will present this item and be available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, first. Just as a reminder, yesterday I talked about these amendments before you for the Texas Leadership Research Scholars. And the amendments help provide clarity for the institutions who are going to participate. Specifically, it adds that general academic institutions may participate, that the allocation of the initial award will be determined by a certain data source, which is the National Science Foundation's annual survey of earned doctorates. And then also it clarifies that if there is insufficient funding to award more than 75 initial awards, that we would split them between public and research and emerging research institutions. During the previous public comment period, any real comments? I'm here for answering questions.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Let's have a motion to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, chapter 22, subchapter O, sections 22.301 and 22.310 concerning the Texas Leadership Research Scholars Program.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. As we use the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success part of the agenda.
The next agenda item is adjournment.
It's a good.
Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Motion.
Seconded by Commissioner Flores. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The opposition, hearing none, motion passes. Thank you all very much. Great afternoon.